Good evening. We're ready. All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Devin T. Murphy. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole. Today is March 7th, 2023. I am now calling the regular city council meeting of March 7th, 2023 to order. The item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are willing and able, please stand and recite the pledge. Thank you so much. Down to item number 2 of the agenda, we have the land acknowledgement. The land acknowledgement reads, before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone people for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Thank you. We are now on to item number 3, which is our roll call and city clerk report. Madam City Clerk, if you will.
Thank you. Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Here. Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Here. Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, March 2nd at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the City Council have any conflicts to report on agenda items this evening? If not, that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. The next item on the agenda is closed session. Also, just want to say it's great to have everybody at the dais. It's not normal for me because I think I was council member during the pandemic, but it's great to see everybody at the dais. But that being said, we're on to our next agenda item, which is closed session. There are 2 closed session items this evening, and I'll read each one. The first one is our item 4.1, which is the public employee performance evaluation, government code section 54957 for our city clerk. Item number 2 is conference with real property negotiators, government code section 54956.8. The property is 612 Tenet Avenue. The agency negotiators are City Manager Andrew Murray, City Attorney Eric Kasher, Community Development Director Lily Whalen, Susie Kemp from RSG, Sanjay Mishra, our Public Works Director. The negotiating parties are Leonard Williams from LGW Investment Group, and under negotiation are the price and terms. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments for this item?
Yes, thank you. We have 1 card from Rafael Menez for the first item.
Good evening. I just wanted to make some brief comments in praise of City Clerk Bell, since this is a performance evaluation for her. I think that she's done a good job shifting back from the more fully virtual model of the pandemic to the more in-person / hybrid focused model of the endemic phase that we're reaching now. While at times I may have had difficulty getting in contact with some parts of her office directly, overall, I think the performance of the city clerk's office has improved over the past year due to additional staffing and the quality of staff that was hired, which I think reflects on the city clerk's office and her role in choosing them. Though I recognize, of course, the city manager is going to be making the final decisions on hiring. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments for any items under closed session?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. Well, thank you. We will now go into closed session for these 2 items, and we'll come back no later than 6 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. We're back. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Mayor Devin T. Murphy. We are now reconvening to the regular meeting of the Pinole City Council. We were in closed session this evening. We do not have any reportable action from our closed session. So we'll be moving down to item number 6, which is citizens to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers this evening?
Yes, thank you. We have Rafael Menez in person.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Metis. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few different topics I'd like to talk about tonight. First off, the COVID-19 rate in Pinole, which unfortunately has risen since the last time I spoke with you about the topic. Secondly, the fire station reopening ceremony and all the work by everybody in the community that went into that. And finally, the flood watch warning that's going to be in effect from Thursday afternoon, evening into Sunday, with the peak risk being Thursday and Friday. I think I'll start with that. The National Weather Service issued a flood warning for the entire Bay Area, including Pinole, due to an atmospheric river event expected to impact the region starting Thursday night and peaking in Friday, Saturday-ish. So make sure that you've got power backups prepared in case trees get knocked down and there's power outages and so on and so forth. I'm not sure whether the city is going to be setting up any sandbag infrastructures as it has done in the past, but the city manager could answer that. Secondly, with regards to COVID-19, unfortunately, our case rate for the last 14 days has increased to 166.1 per 100,000 from, I believe, 84 the last time we spoke. So a pretty significant spike. COVID's still out there. I would argue that you should still continue to wear masks indoors in crowded settings, such as grocery stores and so on. And finally, I'd like to move on to a crowded setting that was still well worth attending, the fire station reopening this Saturday. It's great. It was a long time coming, and it wouldn't have happened without all of us, the entire community working together to make it happen. Showing up to council meetings, going over the various reports and studies that were drafted to get to a point where it would even be a viable project to present to CAL FIRE in the first place, discussing and ultimately voting for Measure X so that, there would be the funds to make this possible at all, because that's the main reason it closed 11 years ago and didn't reopen until this past weekend, was there wasn't adequate funding. And because we, the people of Pinole and Contra Costa as a whole, voted to tax ourselves, there was the funding to reopen Fire Station 74 and to do other things in the county as well. We'll hear at some point, I'm sure, about the various benefits to our library from the Measure X funds, the repairs and so on, that will make it more viable in the future. And that's my time. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers in person?
No.
Okay. Do we have any other comments online?
No comments online.
Thank you. We will close the first section of our we will close item 6, which is the first citizens to be heard. There will be an opportunity to speak in our second citizens to be heard at the end of the meeting. Thank you to the speakers. And the next item on our agenda is reports and communication. First, we'll have the mayor's report. Just a couple of updates. I want to thank the community for coming out to the Contra Costa Fire Protection District and the city of Pinole's reactivation and ribbon cutting ceremony. It was great to see everyone. And I want to really encourage residents to let us know how it's going. As of March 1st, we have started the new contract and excuse me, as of March 1st, we have the impact of the new contract. So if you are a resident, we actually want to hear from you. Please send us an email or come to city council meetings and make public comment. We'd love to hear about how this new contract is going and your experience. If you haven't already, you should soon be receiving a joint email from myself and Supervisor John Joya about the contract, as well as a brochure that comes from our city around things that you may want to see and more information. So on that brochure, you'll also have a contact from ConFire as well as the city of Pinole. And again, we encourage you to let us know how it's going. We want to hear from you. Secondly, as a part of my school tours, I continue to go to schools within Pinole just to learn more from our students, our teachers, and of course the faculty around how we can better as a city support our schools. Last week, I was able to go back to Stewart Elementary and again, talk to students about their experiences and again, how we can as a city support them. It's been a very eye-opening experience, and I always appreciate again learning about our different school communities. So thank you again for our trustees, Jamila Smith-Fodes, for helping me coordinate those. We were able to, again, go to Stewart this last Friday, and I look forward to more of our schools. Last but not least, I attended last week's mayor's conference. We received a presentation from the East Bay Municipal Utility District. There are a lot of changes going on, and this year is the 100th year of the agency. So looking forward to the next 100 years, but also there will be a number of neighborhood council and tenant association presentations happening over the next 3 months from East Bay MUD. So please look out for that, and hopefully we will ourselves as a council have a presentation. And then last but not least, I wanted to say I had my first meeting of the year for the National Mayors Alliance to End Childhood Hunger. This group is a group of mayors across the country working to take meaningful actions to end childhood hunger in cities nationwide. As I mentioned before at a council meeting, 1 in 8 young people in Contra Costa County go hungry or are food insecure. In that statistic, this week is also National School Breakfast Week, which is very germane to the idea of food security. And so there are programs being had around our schools talking about the importance of nutrition, but also talking about how do we make sure with so many changes to the SNAPs and CalFresh programs happening at the state level, how do we ensure that our students and their families remain food secure? So more to come on that. And that is my report for this evening. Thank you. Any questions? Great. We'll go to the City Council Committee reports and communications. Actually, we'll go to, there are no mayor and council appointments tonight. So we'll go to the City Council Committee reports and communications. Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Thank you. Couple of things that I attended last week was the Elks Club honored West County police officers, and it was a very nice recognition. Again, for our officer Eugene Liu. I also attended the fire station reopening and want to thank all of the voters for voting for Measure X, because that was the one thing that really got us over the hump to make that happen. I attended the mayor's conference as our mayor mentioned that East Bay Mud is turning 100 years old this year, and they plan on having a community celebration on May 21st up at Lake Temescal. So there should be some information coming out between now and May 21st. Our West Cap board meeting for this week is canceled. And then the last item, as was mentioned, is that we are looking at another storm system coming in to our area on Thursday and into Friday. And I would just encourage all residents to go to cwsalerts.com and register your cell phones for getting alerts. And this is really your primary way to get evacuation orders if the time were to come. You know, it's unknown the severity of the storm coming, but it's a good reminder that that's a really good service that the Office of Emergency Services provides. And so everybody should be registered with that. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Chons. Councilmember Tate.
Yeah, so I have a couple committees that I sit on. Just want to first say that I did attend the Saturday's event and it was fantastic. Opening the station is a big step for this for the city and for the services that we would be getting from that. So everyone was very excited, a lot of smiling faces, a lot of pictures. It was a great event, and I think we have some good things coming for us. So, Mayor's Conference, I sit on the Hazardous Materials Committee, so I just wanted to do a quick bullet point of some of the things we got going there and give that to the council. The Hazardous Materials Committee is a committee of the county made up of Mayor's Conference has 2 seats on there from city council members that sit on that and volunteer. We also have a lot of community involvement. The refineries are a big topic, but some recent and ongoing items are exploring opportunities to improve the process of redeveloping contaminated sites in the county, including funding opportunities. So there's going to be an event coming up shortly, and I'll get with the city manager about that. If there's contaminated sites, I know that there's developers out there. The Pinole site comes to mind. I'm not sure how much of that was remediated, but there are funding opportunities through the county and the state for remediating sites. So that's coming up with the county. Tracking the root cause analysis and risk assessment for the MRC, that's Martinez Refinery. Catalyst released, a release that just happened. So that root cause is a deeper or more in-depth analysis because of the type of release that it was. So that's coming forward, providing input on the development of amendments to the county's industrial safety ordinance to address bulk liquid storage tanks in the wake of the New Star fire in Rodeo. I think a lot of people remember that because it's so close to Pinole. Analyzing the hazardous waste management programs and policies in the county. This is all things that the committee's working on. And in the future, we're going to be reviewing a proposed pipeline safety website, studying possible changes to the incident notification system and community warning system. So that kind of touches on what Mayor Pro Temp was mentioning about just how do we communicate this? How do we get that out to if there's an emergency of hazardous materials or a release from one of the refineries or anything like that, flooding, right, from the storm. So those are just those things that all agencies that are experiencing those natural disasters or anything large in the community that might pose a threat to everyone, how do we communicate that out? So that's one of the big things happening. And then we're also tracking state legislation related to hazardous material issues. So I'm hoping to give this report just as an added committee to sit on, but we do that with the mayor's conference team. So it's getting out to all the cities as well. We were kind of pressed for time in that last meeting, so I didn't get all those bullet points out, but at least it's on record now, right? Let's see, what else do we have? The WICTAC board, we had 2 items that we went over that were pretty lively discussion. In 2014, the West County Transportation Action Plan was developed. And that got shopped around for grants or any type of funding to try to get some of these projects off the ground through Contra Costa Transportation Authority. So there was a pretty good discussion about all the different projects that were in that plan, which final draft is now on the WICTAC website. I encourage everybody to take a look at that because it does forecast out, the 10-year plan of how our region may change, which was a pretty lengthy report, but getting through it, you can see that there's a lot of great goals in there to help people get around in the county. We also talked about an item that joint powers agreement, a stipend came up in a previous conversation in January for a lot of the members that sit on this board. And there was a discussion as to how people can, navigate all of these different committees without, getting $50 for a meal or, a living wage came up. And I know that that's a topic that's been kind of going throughout the state. But one thing that came out of that discussion was we recognized that the JPA actual agreement is very old. And might need, some updating just to refresh it. I don't think there was any changes of significance, but we did realize, like, as a committee, there was no action really taken other than, wow, this document's really old and might need some type of refreshing. So that came up as well. Other than that, those were the 2 main committees that I wanted to report out just because there was a lot of activity, discussion and activity around that. So yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's my report.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. I also attended the opening of Fire Station 74. And what I took away were a couple of things, the history associated with the opening of that and the importance of the voters throughout the county and having approved Measure X to contribute to the funding that's needed to keep the station open. I look forward to another kind of celebration 4 years from now when we'll probably have to revisit all the good work that the fire station and its crew will have done. And we'll have also documented because no doubt we'll probably be again in competition with other services throughout the county that are going to be looking to that funding as well. The counterpart to the beginning of additional or enhanced services, fire services in Contra Costa, and the importance of the profession that our firefighters choose in serving our city and the residents of West Contra Costa in their positions that are, there's some degree of risk associated with the roles that they play, but nonetheless, another takeaway was that heart that they serve with and the service orientation that they have. The counterpart to seeing that new beginning was the recognition dinner at the Elks Lodge where police officer Eugene Liu was honored, and his comments shared with the audience then were about, again, the service orientation that profession shows, and particular officers are recognized for their service, but as well the toll that it can take on their personal and their personal lives, their family lives, their mental health, and the importance of supporting both the officers, whether it's the police officers in the case of the PPD and the firefighters in the case of the work that they do with the public. So as I left the station, I spoke to some of the members at the at Station 74 and have seriously, but said, I look forward to having you with us. I hope that we don't get to call you anytime soon. But it's good to know that they offer the peace of mind that if we should meet them, they will be there. Similarly, our police officers do the same for us. The other is on March 1st, Councilmember Toms and I interviewed an applicant for the Planning Commission. We determined that we will continue having the recruitment through the end of March. And look forward to applicants throughout the city to provide us a nice pool of people from whom we can possibly draw and determine next set of planning commissioners. Additionally, something fun and also something related to the culture and history in Pinole is that the Pinole History Museum, a pop-up organization, pardon me, Pinole History Museum, a nonprofit organization, and pardon me, I just lost the information I wanted to share with you, and I don't want to misinform you. So bear with me. Okay. While the long-term goal of the Pinole History Museum is to establish a permanent home, one objective has always been to present it and stay true to its mission. And its mission is to enhance the preservation and collection of artifacts that represent Pinole history and culture. It's with pleasure that they announced the installation of their first pop-up history exhibit at Mechanics Bank in the Pinole Valley Shopping Center. The exhibit explores the history of one of the most significant families of 20th century Pinole, the Ellerhorst. Ellerhort Elementary is, of course, across the street from the newly opened Station 74. It's the first of several exhibits the Pinole History Museum plans to install in schools and businesses throughout the community. So the public is invited to stop at Mechanics Bank and also to offer input to the Pinole History Museum by visiting info@pinolehistorymuseum.org so that the museum can continue to fulfill another part of its mission, and that is to educate and inspire Pinole residents, community affiliation, and civic pride. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Sasai?
Yes, it was great to attend the fire station ceremony for reopening with really all of my colleagues on the city council and a lot of the city staff in Pinole. It was a great showing, despite being in the rain. Folks had a great time. I had a great time meeting our community members, folks I've met before, folks I've only met virtually. Every single time I've talked with folks up in the valley, their main concern was, when are we getting that fire station open? And it was a great day to commemorate that, and thank you to everybody who's involved in planning that, to our voters who approved the tax measure, and our past councils with to get this done. Secondly, I'm very proud to announce that I've been nominated to the WELL, and that's Water Education for Latinos Leaders, AAPI Untapped Fellowship Program. And this is a 6-month program for local elected leaders aimed at helping participants make an impact on California water policy while addressing individual community water challenges. It also creates an opportunity for local leaders to engage with water issues through comprehensive and active exploration of history, governance, public policy, geography, and economics, and the relationship to human rights and climate change. So I'm very excited to join that cohort and bring a lot of that knowledge back here to the city of Pinole. Lastly, I want to announce as well that I will be hosting weekly office hours as a council member here in City Hall from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock p.m. on every Tuesday. So folks can just email me directly to schedule that. I will eventually be having a Calendly invite program so folks can find availability there as well. And I'll be sending out that information to the public as well. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any public comments on the mayor's report or city council member reports?
No public comments.
All right. Any questions? All right. Actually, just a question. Did you all met for the planning commission? Were you saying that we have a meeting at the end of the month, correct? With the planning commission, and the city council? What date is that? Set for City Manager Murray or City Clerk Bell?
I believe it's March 28th.
March 28th. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure to confirm. I think the planning commission is the 27th, but ours is a Tuesday, so ours will be the 28th with them. So they actually be meeting on the 27th, and we're meeting with them on the 28th. And then is that the applicant? Are you all there's one vacancy? Did you all forward that applicant, or what's the process moving forward for that?
Actually, we've extended the recruitment period, so that will be open through March 31st, and we'll have some additional communications going out through our social media and our admin report. So that'll be remaining open, and then we'll move forward with recruitment after it closes following March 31st.
So we'll have a vacancy for that meeting.
Yep.
Okay. How many vacancies will we have?
Currently
Right.
one,
Just one. Okay. And then April 1st is,
April 30th, we'll have 3 additional seats that expire.
okay. We'll have 4 by April 30th. Thank you. Great. Thank you again for clarifying. So next we'll have the city manager's report. City Manager Murray, good evening.
I think we've might have skipped the council request for future agenda items.
Thank you. I'm looking at a lot of different notes. Yes, item number 7D, council request for future agenda items. Thank you, City Manager Murray. Any council members with future agenda items? Councilor Taves?
No future agenda. item.
Mayor Pro Tem Tom? Councilor Sasai?
Yes, I have two. The first is a request for, excuse me, future agenda item to have staff bring forward a presentation to the council on Assembly Bill 43, providing overview of this legislation and how it can be applied to reduce speed limits on our corridor of San Pablo Avenue, and how it can be applied to reduce speed limits in high-risk areas of our streets here in Pinole for pedestrian safety.
Great. Anyone object to that? All right. Great. Thank you. That'll be on a future item.
Thank you.
A future agenda.
Sure. And then the second one is a future agenda item on a discussion on next steps to market and sell the Korea House, 2100 San Pablo Avenue.
All right. Any objections?
Stacy, aren't we going to have an item where we talk about facilities? Would it be included in that discussion? I'm trying to think of. It's on our consent calendar, 9D. Is that some recommendation that would come out of that?
Is that a
You can
question?
answer, Manager Murray?
Sure. So, yeah, the proposed item is a property and facilities master plan. So it will look at all of the city's real property and facilities, and when adopted by the council, provide a plan for what to do with all those properties, including if we find that there are surplus properties that the city would like to dispose of, it'll have a recommendation for that. So yes, but practically speaking, you know, if that project is approved by the city council and the funding board is approved this evening, it's probably a year until we have that completed plan in hand. So there's nothing stopping the city council from taking action sooner than that on any of the existing city properties.
Thank you for the clarity. All right. Any objections to that as a future agenda item?
Right. I'd like to see it in context of the other properties that the city has, which would take us to to the item that's on consent calendar.
Gotcha. This is a motion for a future council agenda item. So those are two different items, but any objections to this being on the future agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, there's two. So we'll do a vote then. City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Can we do an official motion in second if we're gonna
Sure.
go that route? Thank you.
Councilmember Sasai.
Sure. I will make a motion to have a future agenda item on a discussion on next steps to market and sell the Korea House, 2100 San Pablo Avenue.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
All right, there's a second to that motion. City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
No.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, any other council requests for future agenda item? Councilor Sasai?
No, that's it.
Okay, Councilor Martinez Rubin.
It's going to be related to the motion that we just made, and that is the rationale and the justification, and any associated with that sale. The vision that is envisioned by the people who have accepted the motion, you know, all of that, trying to understand why it's suddenly become of interest to sell the property where the city has had it for as long as it has. And just seems really odd to me.
Mr.
that
Mayor,
there'd be such
point of order.
action.
Yep. Thank you. I just want to remind folks that this is future agenda item. So this is a request for a future agenda item. City City Attorney Casher, if you can elaborate more on our process around council agenda requests for items and what's to come.
Happy to, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, so this is just to entertain requests for future agenda items. We need to limit any discussion of those items to just whether or not they should appear on a future agenda. And then there can be direction provided, and staff will work to incorporate all of the interests of the council in the discussion of the item if there's a vote to have it added to the agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Can I ask-
Counselor Tate, yeah.
So this motion is a discussion of real property that has to happen in closed session. That's also correct, right?
It would just depend on the nature of the discussion. My understanding of the request for a future agenda item would be a general discussion regarding the process for to undertake in selling the Faria house. So what that would entail, issues around doing some sort of kind of an assessment, the property value and just the process for what that would look like. And then this staff would receive direction from the council at that point regarding whether to move forward or, the issues surrounding that.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So any other council requests for future agenda item? All right, are there any public comments on this item? I know that usually we have some. Just for 7D.
No public comments.
Thank you.
Go ahead if you have a
ahead,
comment,
yeah.
please take the podium. Thank you.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I filed that card. I might have written it out differently. But the comment I wanted to make was with regards to petition Seamless Bay Area is working on to the state legislature to encourage stopgap funding to public transit agencies. I know that they listed that the city of Berkeley created a sample letter, though I don't have access to that letter myself, to send to Senator Skinner, who's apparently on the Senate Budget Committee. So my request is that the council consider a future agenda item to draft and send a letter to Senator Skinner regarding funding appropriations to support WestCat and other regional transportation agencies, given the challenges faced as we shift out of the pandemic and changing ridership patterns. That's it.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No public comments.
Council hearing the need from the public, would anyone like to make a motion, a formal motion on that item or that topic? Okay, not seeing any. I will go back. Is there other public comments on 7D? All right, thank you. So we'll go to 7E, city manager report and department staff. City manager Murray, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Thanks to the members of the public and council members who mentioned the upcoming forecast for a storm. City staff is monitoring that. We will be supplying the sandbag station on Plum Street for members of the public to come and fill sandbags if they would like. We'll also be sharing our normal storm advice, including things like stay away from swiftly moving water, avoid down power lines, have your emergency supplies. All the above said, the forecast is for storms that are not going to anticipated to be as severe as those that we had in late December or early January. So hopefully they won't have significant impacts. And also a reminder that Pinole is not particularly susceptible to flooding from rain events. So I don't want people to worry too much, but it does make sense to avoid what appear to be dangerous situations when they occur. So we'll be sharing more information with the public for that. I do have two brief reports for the city council that you asked that I provide at our last council meeting. One regards a sideshow event that took place in February, and another relates to some streetlights. So bear with me as I quickly provide those updates. The first is regarding the sideshow event. At around 12:30 a.m. on Sunday, February 12th, the Pinole Police Department received a call regarding reckless driving and possible gunshots and fireworks near the Pinole Valley Road I-80 underpass. When a police officer arrived on the scene, the vehicles presumed to be involved dispersed, and the police officer did not pursue them, opting to secure the scene. The sideshow that occurred was a byproduct of a much larger event that took place in many cities that evening, including Vallejo. The Vallejo police and CHP officers pursued several vehicles from Vallejo on I-80, and a small group of them splintered and exited on Pinole Valley Road, where they continued their reckless behavior. Sideshows have become increasingly common all over the United States in recent years. They're really hard to prevent, and also to prosecute, although the Pinole Police Department and other police agencies do a lot of work monitoring social media to try and learn about these planned events. Something that's important to note is that drivers of vehicles and sideshows can face penalties, including having their cars impounded. But in order for a vehicle to be impounded, the police department has to positively identify a driver. You can't simply have a video of a vehicle being recklessly driven for the vehicle to be impounded. So it requires an officer stopping the vehicle, identifying the suspect, and then that later resulting in arrest and charges. So it's I think we've heard some public comments that suggested that impounding vehicles was a really easy step to prosecute, penalize these drivers, and it's not that straightforward. There is some action that's being taken at the state level to address this issue. In the current state budget, there's $5.5 million budgeted for a CHP program to help eliminate sideshows and street racing. And there's also some additional funding, small amount of funding to work on this as well. There is new state legislation that was signed, AB 2000, making it illegal for a person to participate or engage in a speed contest in an off-street parking facility. So it's not simply illegal to do it on a public road, but also now an off-site facility. That measure went into effect in the beginning of January. Those aren't the circumstances that we encountered. The Pinole Police Department is currently collaborating with other police agencies to investigate that recent event and prosecute it to the extent they can. And then a question arose regarding some out street lights on Pinole Valley Road. And so I want to provide you with some information on that. There are street lights, as you know, located throughout the city. They're either owned and maintained by the city or by PG&E. There are about 1,400 located throughout the city, about 500 of which are owned and maintained by the city and 900 by PG&E. The city established a landscape and lighting assessment district, which we call the LL80, the LAD, to create some improvements along certain sections of Pinole Valley Road, from Henry at the north of Pinole Valley Road down to the Pinole Valley Creek undercrossing down by the high school. And the LAD was intended to beautify that corridor by installing a median. That median has plantings, irrigation, and streetlights. There are 17 streetlights in the LAD area. They're a distinct decorative style that was intentional to beautify that area. Because of this distinct style, they're expensive to replace and they take a long lead time because they're not conventional. It takes about 6 months to get a replacement. Each costs $12,000 to purchase a replacement of and $3,000 to install. These streetlights seem to get damaged quite regularly. Over the course of the last year, 3 of them were knocked down, 3 of the 17. It might be that they were initially placed in locations at the end of the medians where they're more susceptible to being hit by vehicles. City council, the city can consider specifying new streetlights if we'd like to as a lower cost alternative. Our city public works staff is also looking into whether they can relocate some of those so they're not at the end of the medians where people are more likely to make misexecuted turns. Another issue that has come up is, like all streetlights, these streetlights have light bulbs. They burn out. If we don't have a routine inspection where we go out and canvass the city to look for burnt out lights, we rely on city staff performing other functions at night to notice them and report them, and members of the public to report them. The members of the public don't need to worry about making a determination about whether it's a city streetlight or a PG&E one. If you see a burnt streetlight, report it to the city. If it's PG&Es, we'll pass on that information to them. We replace them in batches because we use specialized equipment and we need to get the supplies. If a streetlight's burnt out, we'll replace the bulb in 2 to 3 weeks. Some of the streetlights, of course, that are not working have more significant maintenance needs and it takes longer. So I encourage any members of the public, if they notice a streetlight that's out, please let Public Works know so that they can go and replace that, or we can let PG&E know. The expectation is that those streetlights will be fixed within 2 to 3 weeks. We are aware of the situation with these specialized streetlight poles that have been damaged. We're not always able to collect damages from the responsible parties because they're often hit and runs. But we will be considering using a different product to replace them with because those will be lower cost and it won't take so long to replace. So happy to answer any questions about those. I appreciate your indulgence and patience. And just one other thing, we'd like to preview the items that we're anticipating for our next council meeting. So our next council meeting will be March 21st. We will have a presentation from the California Department of Insurance. We'll have a presentation from Bike East Bay and likely the Vision Zero Network. We'll have an update on our Pinole Perks program. We'll have a report on how the city is applying for Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funds. We have to submit an annual report to HCD on our housing element. Depending on what happens with 2 first reads of some ordinances this evening, we'll have second reads for those. We'll have a discussion about the work that the city has been doing regarding its branding and seal, which is an offshoot of our communication and engagement program work. We'll be seeking council direction on a potential Pinole Pride community event in June. We'll receive recommendations from the Planning Commission regarding parklets. And we'll be having an overview of the city's various commissions, the role, form, authority, and stipends for those. Happy to answer any questions that come up.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Any questions from the council? Councilor Tate?
It seems like a long meeting. Is that something that's going to be edited, or are we expecting to take all those items for the next meeting?
The expectation is to take those items. A number of them are consent.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the mayor and I consult before every meeting to establish the agenda. So feel free to share your ideas with him or with me about what seems reasonable.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions for the city manager's report? Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Thank you. City manager, you mentioned, when the public notices that a light is out or there's some damage to a light, notifying the city and or PG&E. Can you describe the process for that? Is there a way to recognize which are PG&Es and which are the cities?
No, sorry if I wasn't clear about that. The public doesn't need to worry about making the distinction. If they can tell us what light it is, if it's not ours, we'll pass on that information to PG&E.
Thank you.
Just along those lines, in what way should they do that? Should they email? Is there a specific email? Or I know we have that reporting system that we use on the website. Is there a process to?
Yeah, I think the easiest way is if you go to the city homepage and you go to the Public Works site, there's a email address and a phone number that members of the public can use to report those issues, like they would a pothole or any other maintenance issue.
Perfect. And how is it tracked?
If it's an email, it's tracked through the email system. We're starting to use the Beehive asset management system to track our maintenance activities.
Okay.
So over time, we'll be integrating into that.
So for whatever reason, if we miss the 2-week or 3-week response time, that person will be given some type of reference number, or?
No, we don't have, other than the way that they originally communicated it. That's how they can communicate if they want to follow up. We don't have an automated system. That's a function that's in our current IT plan.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the city manager's report? All right, not seeing any. We will go to the last report, which is our city attorney's report. City Attorney Casher. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly wanted to mention last Monday, we did convene a meeting of the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee. So I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Toms and Councilmember Tave. We did discuss an update to the city's sign ordinance and adding some language to account for campaign signs. So that's an ordinance that will be moving forward to the city council. I think it's tentatively scheduled for April 18th to come before the city council for a first read. And then we also discussed an update to the fire code, and that's the ordinance that's on the agenda for this evening. So that was the report out from the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee. And then also just wanted to mention, I did attend the Station 74 reopening. It was just a wonderful event, just a really great day for the city of Pinole. And I brought my 13-year-old, and it was great to be able to show him good government in action. So thanks to everyone involved for that.
Thank you, City Attorney Casher. Any questions for the city attorney's report? Any public comments on the city manager's report or city attorney's report?
No public comments.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you so much. Next on the agenda is item number 8, which is our presentations. We have a few presentations for tonight. Excuse me, proclamations and presentations. We will read our proclamations first and then go to our presentations from Crawford. The first item for this evening is our American Red Cross Month proclamation, and I will begin by reading it. American Red Cross Month, March 2023. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to honor the kindness of our volunteers and neighbors who aid families in need every day in Pinole, California, across the United States and around the world. Their dedication touches millions of lives each year as they carry out the organization's 140-year mission of preventing and alleviating suffering. And
Whereas the American Red Cross heroes are on the front lines every day. They volunteer their time, give blood, take life-saving courses, or provide financial donations to help those in need. And whereas the Bay Area chapter serves nearly 4.5 million people across the counties of Alameda, Contra Costa, San Francisco, San Mateo, and
Whereas with a volunteer network of more than 3,000 youth, adults and seniors combined with community partnerships, local government and donors allow the Red Cross to provide all lines of service within the Bay Area. And
Whereas last year, the Bay Area chapter helped 988 families through 463 disaster responses. The majority of these home fires collected 50,533 units of life-saving blood from 2,094 local blood drives, trained 22,690 people in first aid, CPR, and AED, and 7,661 people in aquatics and water safety. And
Whereas this life-saving work is vital to strengthening our community's resilience. Nearly 200 years since the birth of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, we dedicate this month of March to all those who continue to advance her noble legacy. And we ask others to join this in their commitment to care for people in need.
now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, proclaim March 2023 as American Red Cross Month in the City of Pinole, dedicating the month of March to all those who support the American Red Cross mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. I encourage all citizens to support this organization and its noble humanitarian mission. I believe we have someone virtually who is receiving this proclamation this evening. City Clerk Bell or Deputy City Clerk Stone?
Yes, we have Rolanda Wilson with the Contra Costa County American Red Cross Leadership Council. Ms. Wilson, are you able to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So on behalf of the Red Cross,
Ms. Wilson, are you with us?
Ms.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. Can we join again? Thank you again for your continued support of the American Red Cross. This year, once again, our remarkable family and volunteers, donors, partners, and employees stepped up, allowing us to deliver critical services to people facing disasters such as home fires that displace a single family, or floods and wildfires that affect hundreds and thousands. Red Crossers bring comfort and hope to so many. Today, our work is empowered by 90% volunteers, along with community partners and people trained in vital health and safety skills. Their actions provide hope every day, whether it's rushing to aid people after disaster, supporting military families through the challenges of service, or just rolling up our sleeves to give the gift of life. This proclamation highlights just some of the activity that the Red Cross, along with our many partners, performed in 2022. As we look to the future, the Red Cross is further committed to building our capacity to respond to the increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events. Our community counts on the American Red Cross for help every day, and supporting our community is at the heart of what we do. On behalf of our volunteers and those we serve, we want to thank the City of Pinole and the City Council for standing with American Red Cross. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. we have a proclamation for you when you come to Pinole. Maybe we'll get it sent there. And thank
Okay,
you again
sounds
for all
good.
your work. Great. So next proclamation is our Women's History Month.
Mayor,
proclamation.
we do have another public comment.
Of course, Deputy Stone.
Yes, telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748. Or are you able to unmute yourself? Mayor, we can come back to him if you.
Thank you. The next item is our Women's History Month proclamation for March 2023. Women's History Month, March 2023. Whereas women of every race, class, nationality, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our world in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And
Whereas women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of life of the world of constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society. And
Whereas women have played a unique role throughout our history by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force, and women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in the United States and throughout the Bay Area. And whereas women continue to lead as advocates for reproductive rights, champions of racial justice and LGBTQI plus equality, and
Whereas women have served our country courageously in the military, and whereas locally, women have played a key role in the city of Pinole's history as leaders in the community, in our schools and universities, as appointees and elected officials, and as staff at City Hall. And
Whereas despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. And whereas the city supports further sustainable change in women's and girls' well-being and advancement.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, recognize March 2023 as Women's History Month and call on all citizens to observe this month with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No public comments.
All right. Any council member comments? All right. Well, happy Women's History Month, everyone. Thank you for all the phenomenal women and on the dais and the council chambers right now. We appreciate you. Also in the audience as well. We appreciate you. Wonderful. And to that same regard, we're going to do something similar, which is our International Women's Day proclamation for March 8th, 2023. International Women's Day, March 8th, 2023. Whereas International Women's Day is celebrated globally on March 8th by those who believe in gender equality and who seek to improve the lives of all women through cultural, legal, economic, and social change. And
whereas the first Women's History Day took place February 28th, 1909 in New York City, it commemorated the one-year anniversary of the 15,000 women who marched in the garment workers' strikes. And
whereas International Women's Day celebrates the collective power of women, pays tribute to their achievements, and recognizes the remaining challenges to further efforts for women's rights and gender equality, encouraging and mobilizing all people to contribute to positive change. And
whereas currently there are women serving locally in leadership positions, inspiring the continued work in advancing the rights, opportunities, and full participation of women and girls of all backgrounds. And whereas International Women's Day 2023 is being observed with the theme Embrace Equity. The theme seeks to start a conversation about how just ensuring equal opportunities is not enough. What's important is equity. And
Whereas understanding the difference between equality and equity matters. Equality means each individual or group of people is given the same resources or opportunities. Equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances and allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome.
Now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, proudly recognize March 8th, 2023 as International Women's Day, an appreciation of the many achievements of the women of Pinole and those across the nation and the world. Happy International Women's Day in a couple of days. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yes. Any comments from the public? Any comments?
Yes, Rafael Menace.
Good evening and a happy International Women's Day tomorrow to the council and to the public more broadly. Tonight, I'd like to make a few comments in praise of one woman in Pinole who's had a particular impact on my life and who's exhibited leadership both in the private and the cultural spheres, Subhana Ansari, who I think isn't recognized enough for all the work that she does. She's a full-time caregiver. She also runs a business, has a business license with Pinole Rose Flowers. That's a benefit to the community in terms of beautification. And she also effectively does another half-time at least job working as a secretary for a nonprofit organization that she helped to create to provide religious education to her community. So one person, at least 2.5, if not 3 different jobs. I honestly don't know how she manages to do everything that she does in every day. But I just wanted to take a few moments here to recognize her and to note more broadly as a link to this item that it's not just the work of women who are in public office necessarily that influences our society and how we strive towards equity, but also the work of women in the sphere of civil society rather than government necessarily, and the work within the private sphere, whether it's entrepreneurs owning their own business, contractors working without maybe some of the protections that regular employees have, or employees who are still paid less than men are for the same work over and over again. I know there have been laws passed to at least require statements put out by various companies so that we know that women are in fact paid less than men, something we just assumed in the past, but now we actually have hard data, an important step towards equity, because without data, we can just get into back and forth about discussions. With data, we can see that yes, women are in fact paid less than men for the same work. That is neither equal nor equitable. Furthermore, women often need to take on additional roles, like acting as a caregiver, as Subhana does, which is often not appropriately compensated. It isn't her case through the Veterans Affairs Agency due to various reasons, which I'm not sure HIPAA allows me to fully disclose. But for many women who are compelled to act in a caregiving role, whether as a mother or a grandmother or caring for a partner who's become disabled, they're not adequately compensated and have to take on that work in addition to their regular work, a challenge to equity for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this proclamation?
No more public comments.
Not seeing any comments from our council. We will go to the last, but certainly not least, proclamation for National Disability Awareness Month, March 2023. Whereas on February 26, 1987, President Ronald Reagan officially just declared Proclamation 5613, making March National Disabilities Awareness Month. And
Whereas the proclamation called for people to provide understanding, encouragement, and opportunities to help persons with disabilities to lead productive and fulfilling lives. And whereas everyone wants and deserves to enjoy life, feel productive, and secure. But in March, we take extra steps to raise awareness about the supports and rights of people with disabilities and to celebrate their contributions to our communities and society as a whole. And
Whereas policies must be developed, attitudes shaped, and equitable experiences be offered to all individuals, including those with developmental disabilities. And
whereas awareness must be raised that segregated institutions, services, and processes are not only more costly financially to our society, but are also more costly to those with disabilities who desire to live independent, productive lives. And
Whereas citizens should recognize the barriers presented to those with disabilities and create ways to include everyone, especially those with developmental disabilities, to be fully included in all aspects of life.
Now therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, proclaim March 2023 as National Disability Awareness Month in the City of Pinole and encourages all individuals, agencies, and organizations supportive of people with disabilities to observe the month of March with appropriate observances and activities directed toward increasing public awareness of the contributions and the potential of Americans with disabilities. Happy National Disability Awareness Month, everyone. Are there any comments from the public on this item?
No comments.
All right, any comments from the council?
I have a couple of
Mayor Pro Tem
comments.
Toms.
Yes, I want to thank you. Thank the council for recognizing National Disability Awareness Month. It also happens to be Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month. Down Syndrome Awareness Day happens to be on the 21st of March. The 3/21 is symbolic of the disorder. Also, I want to also recognize that in 1989, the Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law, which is extremely important to many of our community members. And I think it's worth noting that this is a community in which any one of us can become members of at any time in our lives, whether it's through a stroke, an accident, anything like that. So, as we age, there's issues with, people becoming disabled. There's, it's just really important to recognize people with disabilities. And there's, the special needs regarding, just their daily lives. Inclusion is extremely important. And sometimes we do need to, work a little bit further, a little bit harder to make sure that transportation access is thought about for people with disabilities, housing access, job training, and so on. So I have the pleasure of being a parent of an individual with a disability, and for all of those people in my sphere, I know that they appreciate it, and I would like to extend their thanks to the council as well.
Well said. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tom. Any other comments? All right. Well, that concludes our proclamations for this evening, and it goes to our 8B presentation. We have a presentation from CalPERS this evening. I think our finance director, Director Guillory, will introduce our speaker. Or perhaps we have our speaker online already.
Hi there, I am here. I could just go if it pleases the council.
Sure. Good evening.
Good evening. Good to be back. I don't know if you remember, but I did present to the council about nearly 2 years ago. That one went about 90 minutes. And so the ask came back, okay, can you present for 15 minutes. So message received, City of Pinole. I get it. Not too much. So we whittled it way down this time. So I'm David Takearts. I am the Chief of Stakeholder Relations for CalPERS, and I'll be sharing an update on sort of the high level kind of financials of the system tonight, and then drilling down into the specific pension costs and obligations of the city, and then I'd be happy to take questions. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Please let me know if you can see this. It's coming through.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so let's dive right into it. So to put it mildly, it's been a no good, very bad 18 months since I last came and speak to you. Obviously, those of you who follow the markets at all will be aware that we've had just a terrible year, basically any way you slice it, and very confusing time for even the sharpest minds in finance, not just at CalPERS, but really throughout the kind of like global financial community to really fully understand and certainly to predict the future outcomes here. So volatility has really been the watchword. I won't go into all of these aspects here, but I'm sure, you can probably fill in a lot of the blanks on the issues that are impacting not just CalPERS investment performance, but overall economics on at the world stage, national stage, California. I would point out one interesting one that's been particularly challenging for all pensions has been the correlated asset classes one. That's the circle sort of at the 11 o'clock on the time there. Traditionally, the basic balance is to have 60% of your portfolio in stocks and 40% in bonds. And that's been, the rough, you can adjust that a little bit, but that's the same advice that they give to people starting out investing, with your first $100. And it's the general theme of investors getting into the trillions of dollars. And the reason for that is that over time, in general, when stocks are up, bonds are down, and when bonds are up, stocks are down. And so if you have a roughly 60-40 allocation to those, you can sort of weather the bear markets and hopefully have a limit on your downside. Sure, you're not going to be capturing the biggest gains when you have enormous bull markets and stocks, but for a conservative organization like a pension fund that's looking to be around in perpetuity, investing for generations, not just decades, but centuries in advance. Really, that's the approach that you want to have. Well, in the last 18 months, that sort of like trope of one side balancing out the other and completely collapsed, wherein we had both stocks and bonds decline precipitously at the same time. So that strategy, really took it out of all pension funds. Certainly CalPERS, no exception to that. Just putting some numbers around it here, what you're looking at is the investment performance over different chunks of time. So starting at the top, if you go back 30 years, the average investment performance for CalPERS is 7.7%. And you see we kind of float around that high 6s to 7s. Last year, that was our investment return performance right there, negative 7.5. So this was pretty much par of the course for all investors. If we had been, those same investors who had ridden, the incredible bull market over the last 3 years, seeing 20% returns, 30% some years, they really got hammered more to the tune of negative 25% on average. So, we did still have some good strategies in place that limited the downside during this huge market drawdown, but certainly took a huge hit. And as I'm sure you know, what this does is it translates into increased costs for the employers. Okay, so I'll show you the impacts of that. This is where we are in terms of adjusting the strategic asset allocation of the PERF. So the PERF is the big pot of money that takes all the contributions from all the employers in the system, all of the member contributions to the system, and then invest them over time. So right now that balance stands at somewhere around $450 billion. That is down from a high of very close to $500 billion just 18 months ago. So we have seen a dip here of close to $50 billion. And it's while it's a long-term horizon game, these are meaningful and consequential impacts for cities like yours and for the pension plans, for the state, for the schools, all of the entities that rely on us to pay their the story that you're looking at here in the gray kind of column, that was pre-ALM asset mix. What I mean by that is going back now almost 2 years, CalPERS adjusted and recalibrated the percentage of the investments in the fund in one given asset class and then adjusted to others. So we really think in terms of broad investment categories like global equity. So that's your stocks, American stock companies, global, virtually every country in the world. We're going to have some investments and some tie to those economies. You can see here the strategy is to move towards less of that global equity. So from fully 50% of the fund, our policy right now calls for us to adjust that down and move money out of public stocks, slightly up on fixed income, which is bonds. And then you can see the real increases, though, are in our alternative assets, real assets, private equity, and private debt. Those bottom three there, you can see substantial increases in what strategic allocation calls for in those asset classes. That is definitely a takeaway here. If constituents were to ask, well, what is CalPERS doing to come closer to hitting that mark? What are they doing to actively manage the portfolio and seek to capture better returns? It is moving money from the public markets or into the private markets, at a high level. That's what you're seeing there. This slide shows two different graphs that really illustrate the point of how important and consequential the investment return is to both the funded status of the entire CalPERS fund, but more pressingly to entities such as the city, what it does to those costs for you all. So on the left side here, what you're seeing is three different sort of pathways, three different timelines going out 10 years in the future based on three different average returns over time. So the middle line there is if CalPERS hits its discount rate every single year for the next 10 years. The average funded status overall for the system would go from 71.6 all the way to 87.2, meaning the fund would have 87 cents on the dollar for every dollar owed in pensions. That would be great. Okay, that would be great news. You can see the bottom line, the one that ends with 80.8% after 10 years. That is if the fund returns just 5.8% for 10 years. Only 100 basis points difference, 6.8 versus 5.8. And you can see that, the delta quickly widens there. Conversely, if things were to go better than we actually expect, and we average 7.8% every year for the next 10 years, you can see that the funded status gets up to a glorious 94.1. So that would be terrific. The real point here is to illustrate, again, like the massive consequence of the investment returns in a given year. That is by far the biggest sort of predicate on what the city's costs are. There's nothing that CalPERS can do to help you more than to earn higher returns in terms of lessening the cost for pensions for the city, ultimately for the member as well. But I don't think we should gloss over the fact that the city really does bear the onus for making up any deltas for when CalPERS investment performance doesn't match the targeted rate of return, which we call the discount rate. The chart on the right there with the kind of like two cotton candies grouping down, that's the same story, but we're just looking here at the average cost for, at the top, a safety plan. So a pension plan made up with the firefighters and police officers generally. And you can see there the difference in costs when you see those three different investment returns over time. Again, the 6.8 being in the middle, that is the current discount rate for CalPERS, and then the 5.8 and the 7.8. So just a 100 basis point difference every year. You can see what those costs would be to the city in terms of percentage of pay there. And then the bottom chart there, miscellaneous, exact same storage, but just being told for the miscellaneous plans, which, as we all know, are less generous plans. They just don't cost as much. The folks in those roles generally don't earn as much. The retirement formulas are not as generous, so the cost is less. But the same story plays out. Okay, so the moral here is the investment returns is really the name of the game. It's all honestly like things like life expectancy of your members, even salary increases, inflation expectations. Those are all part of the equation, but those are absolutely dwarfed by the consequence of the investment performance, the discount rate, like that side of the equation. So that's just averages there. That's not the actual city that I'm showing you. Let's get into that right now. Now we're going to talk about the actual pension plans. Now, you all, let me go, I don't want to get ahead of myself. Let me just walk you through this. So two basic kind of like pieces of vocabulary, just to remind you up here. This may be old hats to those of you who are closely monitoring the pension game and have been in this for a while. If you're newer to the council, this may be kind of like Greek to you, so I'll try to explain it, but two terms that you must understand if you're going to be involved in the financial side of funding pensions. Number one, normal cost, and number two, unfunded accrued liability, which is almost always referred to as UAL because it's such a mouthful. So on the left-hand side, normal cost, real quick, this is the ongoing cost every year that is accumulated by the city to pay for the future costs of effectively 1 year of pension. So every year that your city employees work, they're contributing enough to, based on our calculations, they're essentially contributing enough in combination with the city's contribution. You take those two, they're essentially funding a year of their own retirement in the future. This is this idea of intergenerational equity, that the employers and employees should be working to fund their own pensions as opposed to pushing it on to future generations. So that's all well and good. I believe I speak the truth when I say the normal cost is not really the problem for most employers, including your city. The problem, the issue, the sort of like bugaboo for all of this is the unfunded liability. Unfunded liability is the portion of the pension costs that the city owes that is generated when there's a difference between what we expected you to need to pay and what you actually need to pay based on what really happens in the real world. So essentially, your pension costs are based on a projection that people are going to live a certain length of time, they're going to work a certain length of time before they retire. And again, as I said, the big one being CalPERS is going to earn a certain investment return based on your contributions, and then that will be used to pay those pension benefits. Whenever there's a difference there, whenever we said we expected you to have to pay $1 million, but as it turned out through life, you actually have to pay $2 million, that means you just generated a $1 million unfunded liability, or it got generated for you. Because it's really not the city's fault. And these are just market outcomes. Over time, they should smooth out. But on any given year, there's an unfunded liability that's generated if the expected earnings are less than the expected. Positively, if CalPERS has a very good year, like 2 years ago when we earned 22%, then you get a credit to your liability. So it would suddenly go down, and some places actually have a surplus. So let's take a look at the city real quick here. So what I'm going to be telling you here is based on the city's most recent valuations. Okay, so that's essentially the bill that the city gets from CalPERS. These are on a lag, so there's always a delay between when these things happen and then we do the calculations, and then the city gets them really 2 years later. So the most recent bill that you got from CalPERS was based on that really, really good year, which was that 23.3% right there. Okay, so however, we all know that after that, there was a negative 7.5% year. So what you're going to be seeing here today is the current projected costs, okay, which were based on the good year, but we have already calculated out for you what the expected contributions will be going forward based on what really happened, which was a negative 7.5. So here we go. So here it is just in raw numbers. This is sort of in the format that you would all be able to see in the city's valuations for your, I want to say 5 different plans. You got a classic miscellaneous plan, you got a classic safety plan, and then you got a PEPRA miscellaneous, and then 2 PEPRA safety plans. So for the sake of simplicity here in the short time we have, we combine all those numbers together. So what you're seeing here is all of your miscellaneous plan costs and all of your safety plan costs combined. We would need a lot more time, and probably I'd want to bring in your actuary to go through this if you want to get to all five. It would just be a mess. So what you're seeing here is the projected cost for those plans in the kind of like top row, and then based on the actual valuation, and then we put in the projection with that negative 7.5 below it. So you can see the difference there. So based on just that one tough year for the entire system, directing your eyes down to the very, very, very bottom right of the safety plan, you can see your projected cost for 2028-29 was 1.5 million. Just based on that 1 year, the expected cost for that year, 5 years out, is going to be, roughly double almost. So again, investment returns matter. Here is, again, kind of like your combined miscellaneous plans and safety plans, just the unfunded liabilities. Okay, remember, the normal cost, that will never go away. As long as your city exists and is funding pensions and has active members, they will continue to have a normal cost forever. But the unfunded liabilities, that is essentially like that unpaid, almost like, it kind of feels almost like a credit card bill that like won't go away, but it can actually be paid down to zero. The unfunded liability can be paid off. It may come back again if, in these examples here, this is again imagining that every single year CalPERS is going to get exactly 6.8% return. Okay, we know that that's not going to happen, right? But we have to have a target rate to calculate anything so that you can be paying as it goes. So what you're seeing here is that really in 23 or so years, all of your unfunded liability will be paid off at 6.8%. These charts show the combined. Okay, so what we just saw before, again, this unfunded liabilities, those can be paid off. This chart, the set of charts, is showing that combined like overall cost, which is the combination of normal cost and UAL for the city. So a couple things are happening here. If you look at the miscellaneous plans one on the left, this is really kind of like two charts overlaid. So direct your eyes to the blue line. That blue line is showing you the percentage of pay that goes to pay for pensions for your combined miscellaneous plans. Okay, so around high 30s to 40% of payroll is the expected contribution there. And this is quite flat. Okay, so the city, in terms of managing volatility, you're in great shape. I'm not saying that it's good to have 40% of payroll allocated to miscellaneous plans. I think you're a little higher than average there, but it is not a volatile plan in terms of cost. The blue bars correspond to the left side of the chart in terms of like dollar cost of millions per year. So you can see it is going up a little bit, but really not much. So right now, kind of at that 2 million a year for your miscellaneous plans, and then eventually creeping up to more like let's call it 2.7 million. This is your current projected expectations of costs for miscellaneous plans. On the right side, same idea. You have your safety plans. Again, these are more expensive plans. This is not a matter of opinion. They are more expensive plans. Again, the dark blue line is pointing to the right, and it's showing you the percentage of payroll that is allocated to the cost of these plans. So what you're seeing here is that your safety plans combined on average, those costs are somewhere starting in the near 60% and then trending upwards to about 70% of payroll. And then again, the blue bars are corresponding to the left axis, and you can see the cost here. The actual raw cost of your safety plan and your miscellaneous plan is actually fairly similar. So that tells me you don't have as many safety officials proportionally, or the ones that you do are younger and hence less generous formulas, not so far along in their careers that their salaries are as high. Cities are always interested to know how they compare to other cities sort of in their demographic size and overall kind of like comparable tiers. So I kind of pulled that data for you here. So as I said, your miscellaneous plan is what you're looking at here is the funded status. So what you want to be is fully funded. So it's better to have a higher number here, and you are slightly lower than comparable plans. So you're about 70% funded compared to most other cities of your demographic mix and size, which are more 85% funded for miscellaneous. And then on the safety side, it's closer, but you are still slightly less funded than other comparable safety plans for the cities that we do. We could, go on this for a long time, but just there's quite a few tools out there. What other cities are doing is basically making sure that, the council and the finance officers everyone's very aware of this. I think it's good that you're having CalPERS come and just give you these updates, keeping these issues top of mind, and bringing them, in front of the public too, so that they understand, kind of like the stakes and the terms, because it really is sort of a different language for a lot of folks who don't live in this world all the time. We do have many budgeting tools. You have a dedicated actuary who work with you on various programs, most of which are along the lines of what is the best time to put more money towards the pensions in order to get the best bang for your buck. Okay, there is no program that says how can you stop paying the pension. It's more about what is the best way to move money into these costs that, our dollar stretches longer than if we waited 3 years when the costs are higher. So there's many tools available along those lines. CalPERS makes them available for free. Anybody can use them, whether you're council members, whether it's your city manager or finance director, or any member of the public can go in there and sort of do little what if scenarios with the city's actual plan. This would not be like some hypothetical plan. You could actually log in, and I can send the link around afterwards. You can go in there and you can see, well, what if CalPERS does get, more like 5% for the next 4 years? What would that do? What would it do to the city's costs if we allocated $10 million towards the unfunded liability? What would that do in terms of long-term costs? You can play around with all those scenarios. So with that, that's the truncated version. That's the general update right now. So tough times in terms of the investment sphere for us right now. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. CalPERS is almost certainly not going to hit its expected rate of return again this year. Neither is any other large investor, by the way. So we're looking at somewhere it's still almost 4 months away. Go on a fiscal year calendar, a lot could happen, but best projections are somewhere between 3 and 4%, in the positive. But it's not going to be 6.8, and that means the city will generate more unfunded liability. So sad to be the bearer of bad news, but it's always better to know earlier than later. So I'm happy to pause there and take questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from the council? Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Thank you for your presentation. I do remember the 90-minute. This was a this was a bit more focused, so thank you for that and for the different charts. So you said something that caught my ear. Let me look through my notes. I'm looking for the page where we're being compared to other cities, comparable other cities, and the higher percentage that they've got funded for their UAL. So generally or roughly speaking, how do they do that? How is it that we can, and related to that, earlier in your presentation, you said that the UAL can be paid off. So it's very tempting. I thought that we couldn't legislatively, that we weren't able to for some reason. But so what you said was in one way, good news. What is still left to be done is to determine how we would pay that off.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you absolutely can pay off your unfunded liability. Many cities have done that. And the primary method right now, this is not advice because CalPERS needs to stay agnostic on this. But what a lot of cities do is they take out a pension obligation bond, and so they basically are saying, well, if I can get a loan at 2% and pay off the CalPERS unfunded liability, which is calculated at 6.8%, I'd rather pay. Just like you would take out a personal loan at 5% to pay off a 30% credit card. It's really the same logic. So that is what quite a number of cities. So we've received somewhere in the nature of a total of $9 billion worth overall of additional discretionary payments, most of those funded through pension obligation bonds. Now, there's a little bit of a roll of the dice with that. I mean, because number one, any city that right now, let's just say any city that right now took out $100 million pension obligation bond last year and paid off their liability and was feeling real smart and has that done, those guys are about to generate another unfunded liability. Okay, because CalPERS again is not going to, like, the investment return is not going to be high enough to hit that threshold. So another liability will be generated. So now the city has the pension obligation bond cost and a brand new bill from CalPERS. So it's like you paid off the credit card and then you got another credit card and open and racked up a balance on that. So just be aware of that. But certainly there is no legislation preventing cities from paying off the UAL. Probably what is you may be thinking of here is that it is impossible for a city to get so super funded to like overpay that they then don't have to pay their normal costs the next year. That you cannot do. Cities, and that's part of the PEPRA law that was passed in 2011 by Jerry Brown. Is that like there's no situation in which cities can say, hey, we're in a good enough situation now where we'll just take a pension holiday. So perhaps that's what you're alluding to.
Thank you. There was something that I recall that kept us from being able to pay off sooner than later. So it may be that detail, but thank you for your response.
Any other questions from council? Oh, Councilor Chase.
Yeah, so this council, I remember, first off, David, you were smiling a lot more the last presentation. Seems very serious right now. I understand the issue, right? It's basic economics, but as interest rates start to go up and money becomes more expensive, you know, and inflation starts kicking in and we start to see the economy dip, which we're seeing now, how does a city or a small city deal with that? I mean, other than the whole loan, you know, taking a loan out at a low interest rate, well, that went out the window, right? Way back when that idea was probably popular. How do you negotiate that? Like what, and I know you can't really say too much about that, but I mean, is there any guidance that CalPERS is going to be putting out here? Because it seems like we're hitting a cliff and a lot of people have been saying, no, stop, slow down. There's a cliff over there, but it seems like we're still stuck in the same situation we were, I know when 2018, 2019.
Yeah, it's a great question. So to address your last point first, CalPERS, like if the investment returns coming in at a negative for 1 year, that's something that occurs, you know, everyone was aware. CalPERS getting a negative return or a sub expectation return 2 years in a row, that is going to reopen conversations. So it is going to be a tough year for all of us that are involved in pensions one way or another. In terms of what can the city or any public agency do about this, the best strategy right now is to really be working with your finance team, who would be working with our actuaries or any other, you know, consultants that you want to have to look at it. There's many out there, but looking at strategic ways to allocate money into the plans that would make the most sense in terms of if we pay more to this plan right now, at the end of the day, this is going to save us more money than not doing that. So I did talk to your actuary, Tony Cooney, before this meeting, and like his quick look at it was to say, for you guys, it's your classic plans, okay, which are, you know, they have the formulas that are, you know, richer formulas, you know, the PEPRA members, the members who are hired after January 1st of 2013, you know, respectively, they're not the issue in terms of costs. Like these are obviously younger employees generally, and the pension formulas are significantly less rich. It's the cost for your folks that have been there for quite a while. You would probably do well to think about allocating more money to those as soon as possible. You know, so I mean, don't, you know, take that with a grain of salt, but that's probably the best tack to take. But maybe answering your implicit question, like, is there going to be some sort of grace period or something like that? I just don't see it. Not really being discussed at this point. There's not really a program where there could be long-term release because from an actuarial perspective, in terms of realistically, what these pensions be paid off, or these costs be honored, every day that you delay, basically interest just continues to accrue. And it just gets, the hole just keeps getting bigger, deeper and deeper. So, it's a challenge right now, I think, for everybody.
So you're suggesting like a SERP, right? Or was it supplemental early retirement plan or?
That would be one
Like one
approach.
tactic?
Yeah, there's like, you could set money aside into a 115 trust where the money is, pegged to pension costs. So you can use that, when the day gets rainier. Or you can just essentially make what's called an additional discretionary payment where the city would just send, extra money to CalPERS and we would apply it to whichever plan that you want to. The employer contributions that you get, that's essentially like kind of like the minimum bill. So you can always pay more. We're happy to take that. And like that will in general pay off over time. Not in general, it almost always will. Paying earlier on a kind of like interest-bearing debt will always be wiser. But it just becomes up to the city to decide based on your other obligations to the community. And there's many competing priorities for the budget. I totally understand that. You would just have to decide what's the best thing for your entity.
I see. And then
That's
that,
okay. That's your last question.
yeah, sorry. And so that surplus that we had with the state and the 22%, that's pretty much, does that have a bearing on this at all? Or is that money out the window?
That was factored in, but really a negative 7.5, believe it or not, is worse than a plus 23 is good.
Got
Like these cratering years are devastating in terms of what it does to the funded. Like the funded status for CalPERS went from 80% to 71 in 6 months. I mean, that's staggering. It can just go down so fast, and then it takes multiple good years to like climb out of that hole. That's what happened in 2008 when CalPERS had a much worse year, like everyone did in the global financial crisis, where we had a negative 24. It took 15 years to recover from that, and then now we've just had albeit lesser version of that, but it's a similar. This is a big challenge for pension funds, and that's why our focus is trying to get more aggressive really in our more active in our investment strategies to try to reap the returns that we need to dig our way out of this.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public or questions?
Yes, we have a comment from Rafael Menes.
Last time we met, it was under more pleasant circumstances. This time, less so, unfortunately. I have first a few points in response to council comments and then some more general questions for Mr. Takerts. I'd like to note that we took out pension obligation bonds back in, I believe it was 2006. Something on the order of $6 million, and the city is still paying off those pension obligation bonds. And due to the balloon payment interest, the way that was structured, it's going to be paying about as much every single year. So we tried to just pay off all our unfunded liabilities, and it didn't work. Now we're still paying for it. Secondly, the city has the 115 trust that it's set up with the funds from PALP that it's been using to offset increasing pension costs. And I assume we'll continue to do so. It could maybe decide to accelerate the disbursements from that fund to offset the increased costs, but we don't know whether the discount rate is going to be met in future years. And that brings me to my questions to Mr. Takerts. You noted in your presentation that there was going to be a shift in asset allocations overall from the public markets to private equity and private assets, that you're going for an overall more aggressive investment approach to seek higher returns to offset bad years like this one. But private equities and private assets often have higher fees for not necessarily higher returns. And in the worst case scenarios, some private category investments can be outright fraudulent and result in complete loss of invested assets, like say Mr. Madoff's assets back in the financial crisis. What steps is CalPERS taking to ensure that as it invests more aggressively, that it's not taking on the risk of potential complete loss? And what steps is it taking also to basically be able to track whether the increased risk it's taking on is generating the sort of benefit that it expects to benefit over, say, a 1 year or a 5 year period? If 5 years from now, you've shifted, say, that 5% from global equities into private equities and private assets, and it turns out that's actually not improving the rate of return in the way that you want it to, or in 1 year or in 3 years, at what point would you start making changes to change back? What sorts of safeguards do you have set up to offset the increased risk? Because ultimately it's the city of Pinole and everybody else who has to pay when there's a failure. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
Mr. Ticket. Mr. David, can you pronounce your last name for me?
Take cards.
Take cards, thank you. Mr. Take cards, do you want to answer that question for us?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple parts there, but I would just like to assure the public commenter that, you know, CalPERS invests in public equity through like really the blue chip largest private equity fund of funds in the world. These are certainly not like a fly by night type of operation where you're risking, you know, total loss, things like that. So we're investing with, you know, the Black Rocks, the Blackstones, the KKR. This is like the elite NFL of the world of private equity investing. So I would just lay your fears to rest on that scale. Now, to the question of what if it doesn't play out, then we would certainly readjust. Now, CalPERS being such a large financial entity, you know, we're not going to be nimbly like dropping major strategies on, you know, a quarterly basis, yearly basis, anything like that. We run really more on a 4-year cycle. So we do a disciplined review of the entire sort of like investment pie and the world, you know, the global economic kind of macro landscape every 4 years. And so only from that process does the big decisions around asset allocation occur. So we, you know, that's a self-imposed policy that we have as an organization, is that we're not going to be a knee-jerk type of reaction day trader type. We're not built for that. That's not the way to be successful. You know, we're this long-term horizon investor looking to fund benefits for generations. So the question is, you know, is it going to pay off? Are we going to get compensated for the risks that we are taking in private equity? Because it is, you know, a little bit more of the Wild West, that these companies are private for a reason. We don't have the level of insight into them that we do with publicly traded companies. That again, though, is why we utilize these external managers who are the best of the best, the cream of the crop in this industry. And CalPERS, you know, frankly being, you know, the largest pension fund in America, one of the largest asset pools in the world by any measure, you know, kind of gets us a seat kind of in the front row to these meetings and gets us access to that deal flow. I mean, I don't want to sound like we're shooting our own home, but sometimes it is useful to be, a big player in that sense. So I'm confident, like this has really been the move that CalPERS is taking. We brought in, you know, our new chief investment officer comes from private equity, did amazing things with Canadian pension public funds, was seeing just enormous results, has all these connections. We're hiring a deputy CIO, also comes from the private equity and private lending space. This is kind of like our consensus like strategy right now to increase returns. So we're just going to have to trust that the folks know what they're doing, and like we're trying to get the right talent in there. We have the right talent, getting more, and then just getting more money into that space.
Thank you.
That's the plan right now.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
No more public comments.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much for your presentation. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you all.
virtually. All right, thank you, council. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar, item 9A through D. Are there any comments from the public on the consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have public comments on item 9C, that's Rafael Menez. And then for 9D, we have Rafael Menez and Maria Alegria.
Great.
All right, good evening again. So for item 9C, which is the contract with GHD Incorporated for $188,000 to provide consulting services to develop an active transportation plan, I have a few questions on that. It looks like most of the costs, as noted on page 80, were related to the addition of concept plans for San Pablo Avenue, Pinole Valley Road / Tenant Avenue, Appian Way, and Fitzgerald Drive. And I'm curious as to why the costing for those plans wasn't included in the initial request for proposals, because it seems like a pretty substantial spike in the amount we're asking for. It seems like most of that spike is related to those particular items being added in after the initial consultation. On page 86, it says that they trust the city of Palo Alto will appreciate that due to the commercial sensitivity and confidentiality of any litigation in which they may have been involved. Is that just a typo from a prior draft, or did Pinole have questions about litigation that they weren't able to answer? Was Palo Alto happy with the answers they got? Or is this just, some minor detail? On page 99, it mentions that in the public input survey, but the survey will be available in English and Spanish, given that the city has several non-English, significantly sized non-English speaking populations. I was wondering whether it would be possible to also have the languages available include Tagalog and Cantonese at the least, as has been the case for some other surveys the city has put out. And let's see. I think my other comments were related to 9D. So that concludes my comments for 9C.
This is for the consent calendar, Mr. Menace. So go ahead and make your comments for 9D as well.
All right, so for 9D, I guess my question is, it's talking about setting up a master plan to sort of go over all the various assets the city has and identify their condition and what it would take to get them all up to a good condition. And I was wondering whether it would allow for a priority ranking, like was done in the matrix adopted at the February 7th, 2023 council meeting, because it seems like one way that it will be possible to deal with the challenges around the Freya House project, which has always been affected one way or the other by having the political considerations shift past the overall cost consideration evaluation, is to just evaluate it in the same way as we're evaluating every other project on this list, and then have a matrix, sort through everything on the matrix, and then just deal with everything in that order. So if the Freya House ends up being item number 5 on the list, then it gets dealt with 5th. If it ends up being item number 20, then it gets dealt with at point number 20. And then my second question was that the caretaker's house in Pinole Valley Park is listed as a park use. And I'm slightly confused by that. Isn't that a residential use when it's actually in use? Or is it just because it's intended to be used by somebody who's taking care of park property, but it's listed as a park use? And those were my comments for 9D. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menace. Are there any other public comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, 9D, Maria Alegria.
Evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council. I'm Maria Alegria. I'm here to ask a few questions regarding the inventory of the properties that the city owns And I was just wondering if there is an inventory that the city has of the assessed value of the properties. And if not, or if you do, could this be included in this plan? What the assessed value, and also what the property is zoned for. I didn't see any zoning associated with any of these properties except the use. And then finally, I'd like to know more on the ones that have no designated use, what they are zoned for. For example, as Mr. Menace mentioned, the caretaker's house, what is that value? What's potential zoning? The parcel next to School Street on Pear Street, the Community Corners parcel, the Faria House, what is it zoned for and what is its value? The land, of course. The Fowler House, 2548 Charles, Post Office, 2101 Pear Street, and the vacant lot on Donegal Road. And if you could answer those questions, I would really appreciate it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Concludes my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, we have one online, Cordell Hindler.
Hear my voice, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Hindler and I'm a Richmond resident. So on the consent calendar 9A, I had some comments that I was going to share with you all at the February 28th first meeting. And I apologize, I was having some technical issues. So what I was going to say at that meeting was, never mind, I'll save that for the citizens to be heard, the last item. So, and then Mr. Menace did brought up a good point about the survey. You got a number of non-English speakers. They should it needs to be like having a survey in other languages, like Cantonese, Mandarin, because that would be very helpful to the community. So that would be very helpful. So those are my only comments, and I will save my other comments for the other items. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public on this, on the consent calendar?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, then we'll go back to council for questions. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
So on 9A, on page 17 of the minutes, and it's page 22 of 194, where it is the action. I had a member of the public ask about this, and so it's where the motion by council members to direct staff to organize and host an informational event and send out invitations to tenants in Pinole. Was it tenants only, or was it tenants and landlords?
I can go back and review and clarify if council wishes. I can't confirm that for you at this moment.
I'm just curious if anybody recalls the intent or. Okay, so.
Yeah, this was related to the just cause eviction
Yeah.
policies. So what I could do is go back and review, and so you can do two things. We can have the minutes come back if you want clarification and have it be approved at the next meeting, or I can go ahead and just reflect from the record once I review.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then item 9D. We are possibly, let me get to that page. We are possibly going to add the library as an asset. And it would be helpful if that potential be included. Although it's not currently an asset, it by the time this report comes back to us, it may well be. So I'd like to leave room for the consultant to do that. in addition to the comments about the assessed value and zoning, I think it would be helpful to also include restrictions. You know, if a piece of property were purchased for a certain purpose and it's restricted, that would be also be useful information. So I don't know if that's just direction to staff or if it's needs to be included in a motion.
All right, let's do an official motion. I apologize. I should have been more structured. So for now, we'll continue the item 9A, just given some of the questions that are up in the air and perhaps even asking the motion and the seconders to clarify would be helpful at some point. Item 9D, we have a number of questions from the public as well as some suggestions. I think we should make a formal motion, Mayor Pro Tem Toms, but let's go. I'm just to be clear, let's, are there any, outside of 9D, which is going to be pulled, does anyone want to pull 9B or 9C? Otherwise, I'll entertain a formal motion.
I'll move that we approve 9B and C.
All right, and I'll second. Any questions? All right, City Clerk Bell?
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And then now we'll go to 9B just to
Okay.
be a little bit better. Mayor Pro Tem Toms, did you want to make a motion on that?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve 9D with the addition or with consideration of the library site to be analyzed, and that the consultant include assessed value, zoning designations, and any restrictions.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion or further discussion?
Would that include easements as well?
That would be a restriction. So yeah,
Okay. All right.
Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Yeah, discussion, question, because I'm not sure where this fits in, but city manager or perhaps Public Works Director, Mishra might have a response to this, but what I'm thinking about is the land, the bay trails alongside certain parts of the creek, for example, between San Pablo Avenue and Pinole Valley Road, or between Pinole Valley Road and Henry Avenue, where there is asphalt and roots are starting to tear up or make that paved area uneven. Where does that fall in terms of property belonging to the city? Would this be the kind of document that would include that, or are we looking elsewhere? The point being that those areas, one, if the city is owner of that land, then it ought to be included as well for study and then recommendation as to what can be done, given the
there's a flood
condition.
control district with an easement over it.
So I'll take a crack at it. And Director Mishra, feel free to add. I didn't entirely follow the description of the areas, but my sense is we're talking about trails, which would not be covered under this plan. This plan is really vacant lots, real property that's owned by the city, which are either vacant lots, parks, or property with city buildings on them. So it's not roads, it's not the wastewater collection system, the storm drain collection system, or other asset classes. It's really what we think of as real estate and buildings. So Director Mishra, can you remind us, I don't believe that we have a master plan underway for trails, although an active transportation plan will look into that matter a little bit. Can you let us know if we have a master planning process and inventory that'll address those trails adjacent to the creek?
Currently, we don't have any master plan to address those locations what Council Member Martinez Rubin just mentioned. But some of those properties, as Councilmember Thomas mentioned, I believe the plot district has easements over that. There may be some utility easements as well, those areas. A portion of the trail on Sarah, right adjacent to the Sarah Court, I believe, and where the from Trader Joe's behind, that also belongs to, part of it belongs to the city, but all those are really we maintain sporadically. Other than that, we don't have a master plan for that.
So if I, just to follow up, if I may add, if we could have, and we could add a master planning process for trails and pedestrian infrastructure if we wanted to as part of the upcoming CIP, because we don't have a planned activity on that right now.
So the parks master plan would not include trails or the active transport, you referenced the active transportation plan, does that not include?
It's going to, so the active transportation plan is going to identify some improvements, but it won't necessarily do an assessment of every and a recommendation for maintenance of every element of the active transportation network. And parks would not necessarily include trails that are not, recreationally related. So I'm thinking about those trails like was referenced between Sarah Court and Pinole Valley Road behind the high school. I think that would be considered pedestrian bike infrastructure, which would fall outside our current master plans.
Right, any other questions about item 9D or there is a motion on the table, so right now we have a motion and a second, but are there any other questions about the motion or about the item? Councilmember Sasai.
And so regarding item 9D, this is somewhat related to the motion that's on the table right now. Vice Mayor Thomas brought up, I think what's a great addition to this, which is restrictions on these properties. And one property that comes to mind when you say that is Pinole Shores 2, which is the parcel that is right behind the development where La Familia is, the restaurant. And so from my understanding, there's some level of soil contamination with that site. I also don't think I see that particular site listed on city-owned properties other than facilities. City Manager Murray, is that somewhere listed on here, but I just don't see it.
I think that's in the long-range property management plan.
Yeah, and so I have to say that if this list is not complete, it's a reflection of the fact that we don't have a catalog of our current assets, which is one of the objectives of putting together a plan like this. I need to review it line by line to see if the Pinole Shores 2 property is listed. We do have a agreement, a purchase and sale agreement with a counterparty for that parcel right now. And so we have an obligation to undertake a good faith effort to complete that transaction. So I think with that, there's already a plan in place for that. I think we're just waiting on an easement to be resolved to complete that transaction. So that will probably be no longer city property by the time we do this. But if it's missing, I apologize for that.
No, thank you for that. And then, there's also for the public as well, but I'm mostly a visual learner. And so seeing all these properties and the different locations, parcel numbers is a little bit confusing to me and kind of visualize. So I'd like to share with the public that Director Whalen actually showed me this, but there's a way that the public can look at the details of these properties visually. And they can access it through a county site at ccmap.cccounty.us. And you can look up details on privately owned and publicly owned properties and those sort of details with that. So I just wanted to share that, but I think the additions that Vice Mayor Thomas brought up is great. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Sasai. Any other additions, questions, amendments to the motion? All right, not seeing any, we'll take a council vote on the motion. City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Taves.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other item, any other motions on item 9D? Not seeing any. That's it for the consent calendar. And we will again continue item 9A for the next meeting for approval of those minutes. That brings us to item 10, which is our public hearing. There are two public hearings for this evening. The first is item 10A, which is to introduce an ordinance amending chapters 8.24 and 8.25 of the Pinole Municipal Code to modify provisions concerning nuisance abatements, procedures, and related to code enforcement. This is to an action to waive first reading and introduce the ordinance. City Attorney Casher.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. So this is an ordinance that was, so just by way of background, we have some ordinances that are directed from the city council, and then there's some that are kind of directed from city staff. And this is some process improvements that were suggested by city staff to assist with our code enforcement process, in particular related to nuisance abatement. So I wanted to just commend Director Whalen and Sarah Patton in our code enforcement, who have been doing a great job around code enforcement. And in doing that, they've kind of realized that there are some process improvements that can be made in our municipal code. And so those are the ordinance and the updates that you are seeing today. I did want to mention that these amendments did go to the municipal code update subcommittee. I think they were discussed at maybe 3 or 4 different meetings. And so there's been a lot of input in this, but we do have a PowerPoint and Director Whalen is going to walk us through the proposed changes and just provide some practical context for how this is going to improve the process for our code enforcement. So I'll just kick it over to Director Whalen for the PowerPoint.
Good evening, City Attorney Casher. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I am Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director, and I wanted to start this portion of the presentation by letting you know that, as City Attorney Casher mentioned, we've been making strides on our code enforcement program here in Pinole. Our number one goal in code enforcement is to help make the community a safer and more beautiful place, and we achieve that by partnering with our community members. And this includes working with potential violators by providing education, guidance, flexibility, and understanding. And so the changes I'm going to walk you through tonight are recommended in the spirit of making our program more streamlined and effective for all. So next slide, please. There's 2 key areas where we are suggesting modifications to the code. First are changes to the abatement procedures in chapter 824 in order to reduce delay in abating nuisances in the city. The second are changes to the citation and penalties procedure in chapter 8.25 to encourage quicker compliance by property owners or other responsible parties. Next slide, please. The code provides many different categories of unauthorized property nuisances, including some on the screen here: outdoor storage, overgrown and dead landscaping, trash and debris accumulation, and dilapidated buildings, fences, and gates, to name a few. These types of nuisances are on private property, visible from the street, or have overflown into the sidewalk or public right-of-way. The code requires that property owners abate the conditions once the city notifies them of a public nuisance. An abatement is the act of eliminating nuisance either by repairing, replacing, or removal, or otherwise correcting the issue. Next slide, please. The current abatement process in chapter 824 serves to reduce unsafe, dangerous, or hazardous threats to health and welfare of the public. So this is achieved by a 14-day courtesy notice, which gives an opportunity to the responsible party to correct the issue. If the issue is not resolved, a 14-day notice in order to abate is issued, and this allows the responsible party to appeal the notice and order, and also at the same time requires the issue to be corrected. In order to actually cause the abatement of the nuisance by the city, the city must then hold a show cause hearing, which is held by an independent hearing officer who reviews all the facts in the case and decides either to order the abatement or not. The city would then request a warrant from the court to enter the property and conduct the abatement, and all costs of the abatement action are borne by the property owner or responsible party. The current administrative citation and penalty procedures in chapter 825 of the code serve to encourage voluntary and complete compliance for the protection and benefit of the entire community by the imposition of fines and penalties. When a property owner or responsible party is non-responsive to a notice in order to abate a public nuisance, the city has the ability then to impose a fine or penalty in order to encourage compliance. In situations where there's not an immediate threat to health or safety, the city must give 30 days for the responsible party to correct or begin correcting the issue prior to issuing a citation. And there's also an appeal opportunity provided to the responsible party as well in that process. Next slide, please. There are 5 suggested changes before you this evening to streamline the existing process. The first is to remove the courtesy notice step in the nuisance abatement procedures as a mandatory step and make it an optional step. There are many cases where the courtesy notice is a helpful tool to engage the responsible party, and it prompts quick action without requiring a notice and order as the next step. On the other hand, there are some cases that pose an immediate danger to health or safety where additional time to issue and wait for the courtesy notice to run its course ends up prolonging the violation. Retaining the courtesy notice as an optional tool and not mandatory tool will help encourage compliance while providing the staff the flexibility to move straight to a notice and order. And this allows for right-size action by staff on a case-by-case basis while retaining appeal rights of the responsible party. The second change is to eliminate the mandatory order to show cause hearing. The code as currently written provides the responsible party a minimum of 28 days, almost a full month, to correct a violation before the city can initiate abatement proceedings. The proposed ordinance seeks to avoid unnecessary delay in the city's abatement procedures caused by lengthy processes when the violation itself is a simple matter and for which the current processes can be sometimes out of proportion. In cases where a responsible party is non-responsive to a code issue and has been provided with notice and order and direction to remove the nuisance, in order for the city to perform the abatement on behalf of the responsible party, the city is required to hold an order to show cause hearing. At this hearing, the hearing officer determines whether or not the city can order the abatement. The hearing is held after usually many attempts to work with the responsible party to address nuisance violations. And the requirement to hold the hearing adds at least 3 weeks additional time prior to the city being able to perform the abatement work. Streamlining this process by removing this mandatory hearing would benefit the community as a whole with quicker abatement and result in speedier resolution of nuisance cases. The next few changes are to replace the Board of Appeals with an administrative hearing officer. Currently, the code indicates that the city manager may determine the composition of the Board of Appeals and that no person has been involved in the enforcement of a particular matter can sit on the board, and that the city manager can choose a single neutral hearing officer to perform the duties of the board. The staff's current practice in recent years has been to retain a single neutral hearing officer to serve as the Board of Appeals. And a hearing officer is an impartial person familiar with mediation procedures and or municipal laws and regulations. The change proposed would codify this practice and eliminate the larger board requirement. At a citation hearing, if the citation is upheld at the hearing, fines may be imposed as a remedy and staff may be authorized to abate the condition. The recipient of the citation, if they're dissatisfied with the result of the administrative hearing officer's decision, maintains the right to appeal to the Contra Costa County Superior Court. All procedures currently under the Board of Appeals would fall to the hearing officer. And the last change is to shorten the time to correct a non-emergency violation of the code from 30 days to 14 days prior to the imposition of an administrative fine. And this increased citation cadence is anticipated to increase responsiveness to resolving code issues. Next slide, please. So the diagram here was provided in your packet, and it shows the current nuisance abatement process. And forgive me, Mr. Snell, I'm going to ask you if you can to just click through here. I have some animation on this slide, so I will ask you to click first here. So first we receive a complaint, and then you can click next. Staff verifies if there's a nuisance or not. And then if there's a nuisance, staff issues a courtesy notice to correct it. Staff then performs an inspection. If the issue has not been resolved, staff issues a notice in order to correct the issue. An appeal option is available to the responsible party if they file an appeal. Staff holds a hearing with the Board of Appeals. If an order is an order and is upheld, we perform an inspection. If the issue is not corrected, then we'll issue a notice for show cause hearing. The Board of Appeals then holds the hearing. If the board orders the abatement, the city secures a warrant to abate, and we commission or perform the abatement, and then we can close the case with the abatement cost being paid for by the responsible party. Next slide, please. So this diagram shows the streamlined process as we've proposed it. And again, Mr. Snow, Shannon. So first we receive a complaint. We verify then if there's a nuisance or not. We'd have the option to issue a courtesy notice at this point if the conditions warrant it. But the next step would be to issue a notice in order to abate the nuisance. I'll note that an appeal option is available to the responsible party. If they file an appeal, we'd hold a hearing with the Board of Appeals. If a notice in order is upheld, staff then performs the inspection, number 5. If the issue is not corrected, staff then, the city can then secure a warrant to abate the issue, we perform or commission the abatement to be conducted, and then we close the case with the cost of the abatement being paid for by the responsible party. Next slide, please. These two diagrams, the dark blue and the light blue, show the current in light and proposed administrative citation process in dark blue. The only change, as indicated earlier this evening and in the staff report, is that the time frame to correct or remedy a violation is recommended to shrink from 30 days to 14 days. And in all cases, if the property owner or responsible party is making good faith efforts to correct a violation, city staff works with the property owner to all extents possible to achieve compliance without issuing citations or performing the abatement ourselves. Next slide, please. And in conclusion, we are recommending that you waive first reading and introduce an ordinance amending chapter 824 and 825 as we've described this evening. And we're available for questions that you might have. Thank you.
All right, are there any questions from the council first? All right, not seeing any, we'll open the public comment period for this hearing.
Okay, we have one comment online, Cordell Hindler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Henler and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Director Whalen, for that presentation. So I looked at this, the changes, and I don't have no problem with it because I looked at other cities and they have dealt with the same thing, you know, like working with the property owners to correct the violation. So I think this presentation is very helpful. So I'm hoping that the council would consider, you know, approve the ordinance as presented by staff. That's it.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, Rafael Menes.
Evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, or public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I have a few questions and comments on this item. First off, it seems like the main thing this proposed ordinance is doing is eliminating the mandatory courtesy notice, allowing the staff to immediately proceed to abate, and more broadly, it's speeding up the timeline. It accelerates the abatement process. There will be one person involved rather than a board. It allows for the appeal process to start immediately, so on and so forth. So my first question is, when a courtesy notice is issued, what percentage of the time, roughly, does the city get compliant without needing to go on to the next steps? And what percentage of the time is it we need to go on to step 2, step 3? Because if it's basically 100% of the time, we wouldn't need to get rid of the courtesy period. And if it's 0% of the time, the courtesy period clearly isn't doing anything. I assume it's somewhere in between those two values, but I don't know what the value actually is, which is why I'm inquiring. Let's see. Secondly, I guess I have a question. The one time I recall an abatement action was when something came before the council, I want to say a few months to a year back. I'm not sure whether that was an appeal on a lien or some other thing, but it was a discussion about an abatement action that was taken on somebody's property regarding some trees. And it seemed like the city council was the board of appeal for that item. So if this ordinance would be effectively speaking, eliminating the board of appeal, would that mean that people who have had their properties abated no longer have the right to appeal to the council and would instead have to appeal to the Superior Court alone? And that the reason I'm referencing the Superior Court is what it states on page 126 of the agenda packet, right of appeal to the Contra Costa Superior Court. And then on page 145, the second chart, the proposed streamlined nuisance abatement process, the appeal of notice and order says hold an appeal hearing with the Board of Appeal. But elsewhere in the document, it sounds like the Board of Appeal is being eliminated or replaced with a single appeal officer. So is there still a Board of Appeal or not? Because I'm not sure which is the case, because this chart seems to imply that there is. And the staff report and the text of the ordinance seems to apply, but there won't be. So to sort of recap my questions, first question was, to what extent is the courtesy notice effective in securing compliance from the public? My second question is there a loss of accountability in eliminating the council's role as a potential board of appeal? And the third question was, is there in fact a board of appeal as indicated in one of the charts? Or is it just a single appeals officer? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. Do we have any other public comments on this item?
Oh, actually, there is one online, telephone caller, last four numbers 5748.
Hello?
Yes,
hear
go
me?
ahead.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to read the whole amendment here, but and it's hard to follow as the public on the viewing screen the presentation because of the size of the presentation font and things like that. But basically, I had a few questions. Director Whalen mentioned the number of hearing officers. So are they eliminating the hearing officers per se and reducing it down to one hearing officer that is arbitrarily selected and appointed by the city manager? And who's to hold those two people accountable? It seems, you know, if it's a important hearing and it's going to cost some homeowner like the poor guy that had the tree issue up in Pinole Valley, he had to pay over $10,000 out of pocket because there's a miscommunications, misunderstanding. He said he didn't get his due process with mailings and so on, but and he didn't maybe have the money to dispute that. But so are there, who are the hearing officers and how many of them are there? And then wouldn't it be a wise thing to do, or can we request the council to ask what are other comparable sized cities doing with their code enforcement program as it stands today along the same lines that we are or we are not doing in Pinole? Case in point, the city of Hercules, for someone with 15 to 25,000 people, etc., with the same type of challenges. And then lastly, with regards to city property violations, who's going to be the decider for that? Because case in point, we have some properties throughout the city, and people have brought it to the attention of the city council, staff, and mayor. Case in point, the caretaker's house, okay? Whether it's a park property or residential / park property, it's still a property. And they have code violation postings all along there and the site of the trail that is been used as a dumping ground for debris by the city of Pinole over the years. So there's several code violations there in front of the caretaker's house with 10 feet of weeds, in back of the caretaker's house with big tree stumps and branches still left on the ground. So who's to decide whether or not they're going to be brought up on code violation? And would it be not arbitrary or correct to have the city manager involved in appointing
Thank you, Mr.
one
Tony. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
Got it. Okay. So I did write down a few questions that I felt like the public had. I think one of them, Director Whalen, was around the courtesy notice, the percentages. Do you have that information? I think the question was.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a breakdown of percentages. I would say it's somewhere in between. And when we get our new permitting software online this summer, we'll have a much greater ability to report out on, exactly how many cases resulted in compliance after the first courtesy notice or after the first notice of violation. But right now, it's much more difficult to report that out to you.
Okay, thank you. Can you speak to the Board of Appeals process and what the introduction of this ordinance, if it were to pass, what that would do or how that would impact the Board of Appeals?
Sure. So right now, the municipal code simply states that the city manager may select the composition of a Board of Appeals. And there's actually no exact number of folks that should sit on the Board of Appeals. The municipal code actually specifically says that the city manager can appoint one independent hearing officer to serve on the Board of Appeals. And that's what we've been doing over the last year. And so essentially we're asking to codify that so that there's one independent hearing officer. And right now that hearing officer is secured through a contract. So they're not a city employee. They're not involved in the code enforcement case at all.
Thank you. And there was a question around perhaps city comparison. What are the current procedures or nuisance abatement procedures from other cities like Hercules? I think El Cerrito may have been referenced. So has there been any studies or any research done about what those cities are doing and how this proposed ordinance would be parallel or similar to theirs, or how is it different?
Yeah, it was a good question. I don't have an answer for this particular ordinance update. It was somewhat minor. So for a more major update, we would do a comparison and look at what our other cities are doing. But this one felt like it was a little bit more, a little bit a scalpel, just working on some fine tuning of the ordinance. And so we didn't actually do that study in comparison.
Okay. And I think that was the questions I heard. Are there any other questions from council? Otherwise, I have a few. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Chams.
I just have one, and it has to do with, there was a question if an item would come back to council at any point, and I just recall that it would come back if we want to place a lien on the property for reimbursement of abatement costs. Is that accurate still?
That is correct. In order to actually place the lien for the cost of performing the abatement, the city council has to confirm those costs and order the cost to be assessed to the responsible party. And so the speaker was recalling a case, I think at the end of 2021, beginning of 2022, where the council took that action. So the council is not set to be the Board of Appeals. They don't act as the Board of Appeals. So you were acting in your capacity to order those fees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Counselor Sasai?
Thank you, Director Whalen, for the presentation. So my question is on the courtesy notice of violation being an optional step for staff. And so I wanted to know what is the then decision-making process when staff decides whether or not to just provide a courtesy notice versus just go ahead and making that an optional step. And then second question is, I know the term or the phrase right-sized action was used. Can you please define that as well?
Sure. So I'll start with the last one there. That was it was a term that I came up with to describe the ability of staff to appropriately assess and handle a specific code case. So if the code case is something that, you know, involves a bunch of outdoor storage and dilapidated buildings and, you know, items that are going to take a while to clean up and secure permits, that we would recognize that, and we do recognize that, and provide ample time for the property owner to comply with the code and do what they need to do to comply with the code. If it was a smaller issue or health and safety issue, immediate hazard that we needed to deal with quickly, that kind of brings me into the first part of your question there, Councilmember Sasai, where our decision-making process really comes down to health and safety. And so if there's an immediate hazard that needs to be dealt with, then we would move towards eliminating the courtesy notice and move forward straight to the notice and order. I think another time that we would want to err on the side of using a courtesy notice is if we receive a complaint that we're not entirely sure, or we're not able to do an investigation to actually get onto the property to take a look at the area that might be in violation. And so we use the courtesy notice as a tool to reach out to the property owner to say, hey, we've received this complaint. Can we set up an inspection with you, to clarify this issue?
Thank you.
Other questions? I have a few. Director Willing, when you made the presentation, you had pictures from you have pictures all over, which I love. Are those of Pinole properties?
There were a few of Pinole properties in there.
Can you identify them? I just want to see not the property itself. I just want to see what could be issue. What do nuisance issues look like in Pinole?
Yeah, sure. The two that I included in Pinole are on slide 5, the one with the different 5 boxes of text. These are cases on the screen here that we actually have achieved compliance on these properties.
Can you speak to them? I really want to know what would be problematic, if you will, with each one, particularly because a lot of the origination of this, what I heard was the intent to keep folks safe. And it would be helpful to know why these 2 pictures, for example, don't keep folks safe.
Yeah, sure. So in the first picture here, as you can see, there's a fair amount of outdoor storage accumulated, some construction material piles, and what you might not be able to see very clearly in the left-hand corner is a retaining wall there that was actually built without permits and in the city right of way, in the city street. So a number of things here. One, work being done in the city street without benefit of any permits. 2, the accumulation of that outdoor materials can pose a attractive nuisance for folks. There might be some dangerous items, especially in the second photo there on the bottom. That I see some cleaning supplies there as well that children may get into. Someone might fall onto the property, onto something. Those are kind of examples of the health and safety issues with outdoor storage accumulation.
Thank you. And then I mentioned this during a previous conversation. I think it was around a past agenda item. Is there an opportunity for cities to replace fine with community service? So for example, if we're talking about nuisance abatement, is there an opportunity, perhaps even with this adjustment, for us to consider community service, given how much can be done in the city if we had more folks, staff, hands, people, support to be an option in abatement? I mean, outside of course, fixing someone's property, is it possible that if someone went through this process, you know, and you know, received a fine instead of a fine, would it be possible to include community service as a part of that?
There might be specific types of violations that lend themselves more to that type of approach. I know that other communities have incorporated community service for certain violations. So for example, graffiti, if someone is found to be in violation, they could be potentially involved in the cleanup of the graffiti that they created. There are some things that we would want to think about and probably come back to you with some recommendations. We'd want to look at the who's checking the service, the work that someone did to ensure that it was done right, and all those sorts of things. So from a staffing perspective, who's doing that check? Is there already a system in place that we can piggyback on for that? I think that would be one of the considerations we would bring back to you.
Great. And it would
in
be
addition to the different types of issues that could benefit from that approach.
Yeah. When this comes back, in addition to that city comparison around their rules, it would be helpful for me to see what cities are integrating community service to as a, I guess, restorative practice around abatement or nuisance issues. Why I asked that before is because there are people who, number one, we have a need. And I also think in that need goes back to the intention, what you started off with, which is these modifications are around keeping our community safe. And the best way for folks to learn about safety is by learning about safety through community service often, or one of the best ways, I should say. So it would be of interest to me to see those comparisons and what cities are doing, and also see how those modifications have benefited those cities, if you can. Again, I know that may be a lot of work, so I don't know when this is coming back. It looks like it may come back next council meeting, but those are important questions. The reason I'm asking this is because after talking to some residents, some of the changes have been referenced as like cruel, and I'm wondering. I didn't have an answer for that. And I'm wondering if you have an answer to someone who says, why wouldn't a courtesy notice, if it's 14 days or 30 days, it doesn't seem like it's that long. Why would that be problematic for us to have? Do you have an answer to a statement like that, or a response to that?
Well, in some cases, especially in cases where there is a high level of public safety concern around a particular issue. Coming to mind, there's a current case going on right now where a resident is cutting wood on the public sidewalk and leaving it on the public sidewalk, and it's causing, my understanding is, people to go around it into the public street, and that operation is spilling out from their property onto the public sidewalk. And in this particular case, there's a fair amount of non-responsiveness to city notices. So for especially a repeat violator that doesn't have the history of responding to courtesy notices, and in an instance where the city wants to take quick action to remove that hazard, we might want to skip the courtesy notice and move straight to a 14-day notice order the property owner to abate the condition.
Gotcha. Would it be possible to have a conditional 14-day notice if it were the same code? Has that been done in other cities? So for example, this wood issue that you've mentioned, if that's a repeat offender, let's just say that, I don't prefer that term, but someone who's repeatedly going against our ordinance on the same type of issue, is it possible to be conditional with that courtesy notice? So instead, if someone's, you know, breaking different municipal codes perhaps, and they just don't know, versus someone who's breaking the same one, could that be integrated in our municipal code? The reason I ask again is because it seems like just this idea of cutting courtesy notices during a time where we just acknowledge perhaps even, you know, issues in the country, the state. It seems like, again, I'm trying to get over the like hurdle of understanding how we can rectify those type of issues. We want to keep people safe, but we also know that we're dealing and people deal with a lot of issues with their homes, economic issues, those type of things. So, and we also do know that the law sometimes can be very strict, and that doesn't work for everybody, right? But we want to keep folks safe, and I'm trying to balance that here, and I'm sure you all probably have talked about it. So what are the options there? I don't see the closure or the erasure of a courtesy notice as an option. I feel like that may be, like I said, pretty harsh, or I've heard pretty harsh.
So if I wasn't clear in the presentation, the recommendation is to eliminate the mandatory courtesy notice, but it is our intention to keep as a practice issuing courtesy notices. And we would retain the ability to move straight to a notice and order if the conditions were in such a state that we felt like we needed to. So we would continue with the courtesy notices for most issues as we are right now, recognizing that, you know, sometimes people need more time to deal with certain issues. People need resources and education, which we provide to citizens.
Okay. That one's, I'll just say that, and I'll close it out on this, but I'll say that one's challenging for me, mainly because I think that allows for this kind of loose versus strict interpretation of the law, depending upon who the person is, right? So like, perhaps Director Whalen, you may say, oh, you know, this person's fine, right? But the person 10 years, 20 years after, you know, the wonderful Director Whalen comes in and says, I want to be very strict on this. It leaves it up in the air, really, versus just having that added courtesy that has been there for, and I don't know how long the added courtesy has been here in Pinole. I'm also interested in that. Like, how long has this law been law in Pinole?
I don't have an answer to that. Okay. I would have to look back through the record to see when if the courtesy notice had been an optional step in the past. I know it is in some other communities. And, you know, if there was something that caused it to be mandatory, or if it started as being mandatory, I don't know that.
Okay. And those are just questions I would love the next time this comes to our council. I mean, this data is important, I think, for all of us. I'd really be interested to know that question that I think Mr. Min has asked around when we do give a courtesy notice out, how many of those folks actually respond to it versus how many of those are these continuations of people breaking municipal code after code after code in the same one. I acknowledge and value your perspective around keeping our community safe through code enforcement. I know this is coming to us because of that. I also want to make sure that we are not being what I've heard as cruel or even just stringent during a time where perhaps even as a city, we may not hold ourselves to those high principles, right? I mean, we've perhaps made mistakes in the past and may make some mistakes in the future. Let's keep that same principle consistent. And I think that is an opportunity for us to kind of, again, come back to these questions and get some real data to understand like what we're really dealing with. I love modernizing our municipal code. I also want some like data to inform that. So I'll leave that there. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was on the subcommittee where we discussed this. And so the current process is a 14-day courtesy notice to correct the nuisance, and then an investigation and a second 14-day notice. The streamlined process will still have a 14-day notice, and staff can extend it. If they're getting response from the applicant or, the property owner, and they just need, one more weekend or maybe, 5 more days, to finish something up, the ordinance allows for that. But this is the minimum, so that when there is a nuisance in a neighborhood that is not being addressed, it can be, more streamlined. But, whenever staff is dealing with a property owner, and if they're being responsive and need more time, the ordinance allows for that.
But just to be clear, if it's okay to ask, the ordinance is allowing for that with staff discretion. And that's what I
It i-
referenced about the loose and strict, going back like an attorney.
Yeah, but
Like,
yeah, and
depending upon the staff, there could be a staff member who says 0 tolerance. Or there could be a staff member who says 100% tolerance at all times. It leaves it up in the air versus just a additional.
well, the bottom is, the minimum is 14 days. And,
Great.
I think we've all had neighbors that have had nuisance problems in their house, on their properties. And 14 days is a reasonable amount of time. And, if a property owner needs a couple more days and they communicate that, that's fine. But if you're going to have a property owner who's going to ignore them at 14 days and then ignore them at, 21 days later and 28 days later, the solution happens much sooner if it's more streamlined.
I understand that. I'm using the same principles for us. As a city, if we decided to have people do certain projects more and more, perhaps we would be able to do things faster or quicker. And that doesn't always happen for many reasons. And we, as a council, have talked about this, right? How do we make things happen faster in our city or make things happen the way we want to implement them? The challenge is that perhaps we all have had this experience as our neighbors, breaking code. The challenge is the reality of those who live in our city is not all structured to be exactly what we may perceive it as, if that makes sense. So for me, it's hard to understand how 14 days could make that much world of a difference. That additional 14 days, why not just have that as a courtesy? That's why it's a courtesy. Now, I understand that the staff has if this passed, they would have the ability to have that courtesy. But because it's already law, why change it is my point.
Because we have a lot of code enforcement problems that don't get addressed very quickly just because we have to wait out the calendar.
And how many of those, what is the number of that? What's the data there? That's what I'm asking. If I understand this is coming to us. I even understand the intent and the need, but I don't understand the actual data that says we're taking a long time. People, I'm hearing streamline, but I'm not hearing which ones were not streamlined. That's why I asked about the pictures. Because I wanted to see what have been the problems? What have been the problems
The problems tend to be those that are going to ignore staff if you give them 14 days or 28 days. But the 28 days means that the neighbors have had to experience a nuisance in their neighborhood for 2 additional weeks. It's
Any
all
other-
about quality of life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, somewhat related, might be helpful. As I'm thinking about when I've walked around the city and the question and the complaint, informal complaint that neighbors will make about seeing an unkept front yard or a yard with multiple vehicles on it, and it shouldn't be, and question becomes, one, is it a property owner or is it a rental unit? And if it's a rental unit, is the landowner, property owner responsive or not generally? So it's a combination of things going on there. If it can be at all helpful to distinguish those among those non-responsive code violators. I think that's the term. If we have any information about how many were those property owners not on site versus on site, that might also help us understand better what the situation is. My inkling is that my thoughts are is that it's the property owners that are not on site that have repeatedly kept the properties less than ideal for themselves or for renters, which is not what we want either. Yeah.
So I think those data points, again, I just want to reaffirm that would be helpful in deciding and moving forward for our next conversation. I understand the intent. I understand the importance of even modernizing our municipal code. What I want is a problem statement that's defined with numbers or even case studies. I mean, my experience and my understanding for most of our public is that, I mean, we had someone come and make public comment last council meeting about a tree that was in his yard and then it wasn't in his yard and he was communicating with code enforcement. And I don't know if we even got closure on that. I don't know if like staff can speak to that experience. It was a public comment. I don't want to just hold the comment as it was, but you know, that was a situation where it seemed like perhaps we as a city may have made a mistake. And so I'm wondering how would that feed into this process with the experience of someone who simply didn't get the courtesy next time, right? If they just went 14 days straight. And does that make sense? I mean, I'm just wondering, like, how are we keeping to our principles, I guess, is really the question. Because if we're gonna change law and be more strict, in my head, that means our standards have to go higher as well as a city. We can't just be strict on the public. So can we speak to at least even that case study? I mean, case studies next time about how this is actually working currently. I understand how the change can improve, and Director William, you made a great presentation around those 5 different pillars and how this could streamline and keep people safer and, you know, make sure, you know, basically laws are followed. But what are the case studies that say that we need to change the law?
Yeah, so
City Manager Murray, yeah.
Sure. So I agree with the point that's been raised that having more data on the lived experience would better inform this conversation. So staff's happy to return with some information. I think the key point is what's the level of success or compliance through the courtesy notice process? And you know, what do we think the rate of compliance and speed of compliance would be if we didn't have the courtesy notice? I think that's really the germane data points. Just because it was raised, we have been in dialogue with the member of the public who commented. We actually, just so people know, had a very extensive process before we assigned responsibility because there was some ambiguity about who owned the tree. I think we were quite open about engaging a number of stakeholders to allow them the opportunity to acknowledge their responsibility for the tree, which protracted the discussion. But I think that's that situation's well in hand. So yeah, I think staff would be happy to return. I think the question tonight is whether the city council wants to approve this on first reading with the condition that additional information come back, or continue this item until.
Sure. City Attorney Casher, I think you had your hand raised.
I just wanted to offer, anecdotally, I feel like there are a lot of instances where the courtesy notice, the 30 days is relatively long. I tend to see those because they come to me as the city attorney and there's the need to get, you know, an abatement warrant. But there are those instances where there's no response whatsoever to an initial courtesy notice. And it's pretty clear that, you know, 20 days or 30 days later, it's going to be the same response. And so it's those situations where there are you know, comments from members of the public who are saying, why isn't the city doing something about this? That if we had shorter time, we could just kind of get in there, give them, you know, impose a fine, because that sometimes gets a response, and then move forward more rapidly. I think staff has done a good job about, you know, being judicious about when, you know, they extend those notices when it's an opportunity. I appreciate the point that staff could be different in 10 years, and this is going on the books in our municipal code. So it's important to get that right. I do think there's some additional information that could be provided in a staff report for a second reading. So that can either be an item for a public hearing. Typically, those are on consent, but we can include that in a staff report and they could just be pulled and discussed as part of the second reading, or we could continue this as the city manager mentioned to another first read of it.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Those are just my initial, I mean, I think that goes back to us needing to track a little bit some of these like instances. I don't see those as a mayor often, so I would love to hear more about this. And I encourage staff to provide that report. I think that would be helpful. Any motions?
I'll move that, pardon me. To accept staff recommendation to waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance, to modify provisions in the city's nuisance abatement procedures and related code enforcement.
All right, is there a second?
Then make a friendly.
Sure.
Well, first I gotta second it and then make the friendly, or,
You don't have to second a motion.
okay, I'm wondering if we could waive take out the first reading and do the second reading. That way we can give staff some time to come back with some data points to help drive that 14 day.
To continue this item? Is that what you're? asking?
No, what I'm saying is let's accept the first reading. But instead of waiving the first reading. Wait, how does that work?
Oh, I can
Yeah.
clarify that.
Thank
Or
you,
did
City
you?
Clerk Bell.
Yeah.
No, the motion on the floor is to approve the first reading, and so I think you're
Okay.
agreeing with the motion.
Great.
Waiving of the first reading just means that we're not reading it verbatim out
Very
at
good.
the public meeting.
Okay.
So is that a second? Okay. All right, any questions on the motion? Discussion? City Clerk Bell? Call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No.
Motion carries.
All right, any other motions on this item? All right, that being said, thank you so much so this will come, just for process sake, this will come to our next council meeting as a consent calendar item. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, next item is 10B public hearings 10B, which is the introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend Title II, Administration and Personnel of the Municipal Code to provide the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District with jurisdiction and authority to conduct fire and emergency medical response services within the city. City Attorney Casher.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation that, let's see if it works here from my laptop. And it seems to be working. It's okay. So this is a first read of an ordinance amending our municipal code to add explicit reference to the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District as the fire department essentially and fire chief for the city of Pinole. By way of background, on October 10th of last year, the city and Contra Costa County Fire Protection District (CON Fire) entered into a fire services agreement for fire and emergency medical response services in the city of Pinole. The effective date of the agreement was January 1st of this year, and the formal transition took place, I think, March 1st, but early March. By way of background, the fire services agreement provides in Section 3, subsection E2, that the fire chief is hereby designated by the city as the City of Pinole Fire Chief, and so that's the CON Fire Chief, and will have and possess such authority as the city municipal code and general laws provide for the city's fire chief. So this is essentially saying that the CON Fire Chief needs to have the authority that is vested in the City of Pinole's fire chief under our municipal code. Just by way of background of our municipal code, there are a few sections that explicitly designate and delegate authorities to the fire chief in the municipal code, one of which is in chapter 16.24.130, and that's the fire chief's ability to approve fire hydrant location, for example. There's another section of the municipal code, chapter 15.20.030, where there's authority granted to the fire chief to amend the fire code to help promote public safety. And then another example in chapter 15, there's authority delegated to the fire chief to disapprove of permit applications that do not comply with the fire code. So there is a responsibility vested in the fire chief and the fire department to conduct code enforcement and to assure compliance with the fire code throughout the city. So the proposed ordinance would add a chapter to the municipal code, which essentially defines con fire in our municipal code and delegates to con fire the power and authority that's vested in the Pinole Fire Chief as provided for in the municipal code. It provides that delegation can be either con fire's fire chief or their appointed designee. It also provides that all references in the municipal code to Pinole Fire Department shall also mean con fire. And then finally, it limits that delegation of authority to the term of the fire services agreement. So this initial agreement is for the term of 7 years. And so the ordinance and the language, it ties the authority that's being delegated to the term of the agreement. So it's going to be consistent with that. The staff recommendation is to introduce and waive a first reading of this ordinance, which adds chapter 2.06 to the Pinole Municipal Code, delegating that authority to the con fire fire chief and con fire for fire services and emergency medical response services here in the city. I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, any questions from council? Councilor Martinez Rubin?
City Attorney Castro, just to clarify if I misheard you or not, the term of the agreement with Confire is 5 years?
5 years, okay.
5 years.
Yeah.
Did I hear you say 7 years? I might have heard you say 7 years.
Yeah, I may have, but I think it is 5, and I have to.
Thank you.
Yeah, 5. Yeah. I gave it 2 extra years.
Give it 15 if it goes, when it goes well. Other questions? All right, we'll open the public comment section for this item.
Thank you. I have a blank card. I do believe it's Maria Alegria. It's for attendee. Yes, thank you.
Actually, I have a question, and actually you spoke to it, Mayor Murphy, in your comments as mayor. But now that we're switching everything around now with Count Fire, I'm really concerned about who, as a Valley resident, if I have an issue with the defensible space issue I have with my neighbors not doing the same thing, do I call the number that I'm going to get, or do I call the mayor, or who? I mean, that's one issue. Now that it's going to be, they're going to be in charge. And I guess the other issue is that I put my mind is reporting to this council and reporting to the community, because this is a big change. And you got to really educate the community on what this means. And it can't just be an email that you send out. It really has to be a community education effort, and especially around defensible space. Because June is just around the corner. We've got a lot of rain. We're going to have, I keep cleaning my hill, but it's got to be a community effort. And if I got to go knock on doors, I did that, for campaigning, I'll go knock on my neighbor's doors, because some of the residents that live around me are also tenants. So we got to reach out to the owners of those homes, because we can't afford to have a fire in the valley. I know we have a fire station. It's going to take all of us to keep that area safe. So 2 questions, who do we put send our issues to? The city manager, the mayor, fire chief, and when are they going to come, and how often are they going to kind of give us updates on what's going on? Thank you, and I totally support the ordinance.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, we have one online, Cordell Hindler.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, council. I am Cordell Henler and I'm a Richmond resident. So I do agree with Maria. My concern is Pinole Fire Chief and Con Fire Chief, because I find it confusing. So who will the community go to, either the Pinole Fire Chief or the Con Fire Chief? So I'm a little confused about that. So that's one. And then number 2 is she also brought up a good point, like, we've had a lot of rain in the past couple of weeks, and fire season is coming up, so we have to educate the residents of Pinole about what to do when in case there's a wildfires start coming in. So I think there's got to be more education to that, not only the tenants, but also the only group that was not mentioned is like, the schools, because you have a lot of schools around Pinole that would be interested in in learning more about fire safety. So that's another group to consider. So all in all, I do support the ordinance as presented. So hopefully it can get introduced, and that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments for this item?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, great. We will close the public comment section for item 10B and go back to council for questions or deliberation. Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
Ready to make a motion.
All right, well, let's hear out some other folks before. Are there any other questions?
Ready second.
All right, well, before, let's just, there were 2 questions on the, from the public commenters. Perhaps City Manager Murray, you can answer. The first is who to call if someone has an emergency. I'll answer first by saying you can always call the mayor or reach out or email, but I think there is another answer to that, which is.
Sure. So our code enforcement program within our community development department deals with weed abatement issues, also notices regarding defensible space in advance of wildfire season. That'll still be true. So if you have any questions or concerns about your neighbors, reach out to the code enforcement program. If you have concerns about weeds, the Department of Public Works takes care of weed abatements on city property, parks and open spaces. So if you have any concerns about weed on public property, feel free to reach out to them or reach out to me. On the question of communications and updates, the contract requires, I believe, that Confire provide quarterly reports, and we'll be pushing that information out to the council and residents so everybody knows what's happening or what the activities are. One of the benefits of this partnership is that Confire has more robust tools for capturing activity data. And so we'll know a lot more about what the 2 fire stations are doing, where they're responding to calls for service than we've had in the past, which I think will be very informative for future deliberations and analysis of this model.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. Any other questions? I think that was the last one. All right. Happy to entertain a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas.
Sure. I recommend that the city council introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance amending Title II of the Municipal Code to provide the Confire with jurisdiction and authority to conduct fire and emergency medical response services within the city of Pinole for the term of the agreement.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any questions? Just one question on the reporting. If we can just direct staff to ask about the CERT program. There's been interest after Saturday. I think there was something in our emergency operations plan, but my familiarity with the issue is low because I think Confire doesn't have a CERT program. So can we ask about that in the next report about if they're going to start one or?
Yeah, I actually know the answer.
Oh, great.
Now, which
City
is
Manager
Confire doesn't offer a CERT program. So if the city wants to have a CERT program in the community, it would be the responsibility of one of the other city departments.
Okay.
Chief Gang and I are discussing options for reinstituting that program. And I think we'll raise some recommendations regarding that as part of this upcoming budget process.
Great, thank you. All right, City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Taves.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Any other motions on this item? Not seeing any, we'll go to old business. There is no old business tonight, so we'll go to new business. Item 12A is the review of city council procedures. City Manager Murray.
Thank you. As you know, every year the city council reviews its city council meeting procedures, which are documented in a resolution, and considers making revisions to it. The city staff has reviewed the current version of the meeting procedures and has suggested some edits that are intended to clarify the procedures. We haven't made any edits that I think change our substantive nature. None of the edits were intended to be substantive in nature. This document, like other city documents, has evolved over time through a series of group edits. And so we have gone through and tried to make it internally consistent and as clear as possible to the reader. And so this item is to receive direction to the city council from the city council about changes to make to these updated meeting procedures so that we can bring it back in its revised version for city council approval at a future city council meeting.
Thank you, City Manager. Short, sweet, and simple. Are there any questions from the council? All right, not seeing any. All right, public comment. Are there any comments from the public?
Yes, thank you. We have two in-person comments, Rafael Menez and Maria Alegria.
Yeah, so my comments here are a bit more technical in nature. On page 156, the marked out items says to be heard public comments. It says under the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, county. I think I mentioned this, but it looks like that didn't quite make it through. That should probably just be city and not city and county, right? Secondly, on page 158, I note that the consent calendar has been changed to be from routine or non-controversial to routine and non-controversial. And I still feel that that's inaccurate because there are some items on the consent calendar that are routine, but perhaps controversial, and some items that are non-routine, but non-controversial. Take, for example, the modification we made to the Saha project. And I believe the last city council meeting, addition of $1.2 million of funding from the city towards their initial balance and a reduction of the interest rate on their loan from 3% to 0%. That was a significant change. It was a consent calendar item. It was also a non-controversial consent calendar item because I think people generally agreed that it was a reasonable use of housing funds and that the loss of future revenue to the city was worthwhile in order to develop more affordable housing for our veterans. But I think that when we're saying the consent calendar items are going to be both routine and non-controversial, that's simply inaccurate because sometimes it's or, not and. Also, on page 158, there's a struct section talking about how public comment is not intended as a mechanism for members of the public to seek to have questions answered about municipal affairs. I recognize that this segment is struck and that it's not intended to be added, but I would like to formally state my opposition to the intent behind that segment. I believe that both as a matter of the Brown Act and as a matter of public policy, that having questions being asked by the public is a net benefit both to the council and to the community by allowing for a broader range of items to be brought up by the public and allowing for a more thorough deliberation and consideration to be made by the council and by city staff on any given topic. I recognize that it's not planned to be implemented in these changes, but I felt that it was sufficiently problematic that it was worth flagging. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menez. If you don't mind, I just wanted to know what page number the third recommendation you had was on.
My
Around
comments,
citizen questions.
the third one started on the very end of page 158 and moved on to page 159. It was under section 12 C, I believe.
Thank you. Just next public comment. Ms. Alegria.
I too want to get you out of here by the 11 o'clock. So good evening, Mr. Mayor, Honorable City Council. My name is Maria Alegria. I have a couple comments on your procedures. As I understand, this will come back to the city council after for final, or are you going to adopt it this evening? Just so I'm clear.
Tonight's item is to adopt it, city.
Adopt the
Clerk, city
resolution.
We typically do a two-step process with this item, so we can discuss recommended changes this evening, and then we'll bring it back on consent for final approval at the next meeting.
Okay, great. All right, so I just wanted to just make a comment regarding the agenda preparation, which I think there should be discretion by the mayor to be able to decide what recognition, proclamation, or presentations as opposed to requiring the approval of the entire city council. Agenda format under item 3, which is roll call, city clerk report, and statement of conflict of interest. I'd like for you to amend that to also include roll call, city clerk report, norms of behavior, which is a link to the resolution, and statement of conflict of interest. Also to amend the conflict of interest clause that you have on the agenda to also include a potential conflict of interest, which follows the language of California Government Code, section 87105, the general prohibition. And that specifically states, and I will read it, a public official who holds an office specified in this section, who has a financial interest in the decision within the meaning of section 87100 shall, upon identifying a conflict of interest or a potential conflict of interest, and immediately prior to consideration of the matter, and then the rest follows. And then thirdly, Exhibit A, which is the norms of behavior for city council, which is what I asked that you include in item number 3. That you look at this resolution and revisit it annually, and again, link it to the council agenda, and also consider adding a clause in your norms of behavior for the council to have the ability to censure a city council member who violates the norms of behavior. And finally, I just want to make sure that these procedures, that you've looked at them, that they are consistent with your municipal code related to the city manager's responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Yes, we have Cordell Handler.
Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Handler, and I've been waiting to say this for the longest. So when I was looking at the agenda this evening, regarding the closed session for 2 items, I find it very helpful because it does allow the public to speak on closed session items. So going until like 7:30, I feel that that's waiting. That's way too long because the public has been waiting patiently for like over an hour to get a chance to speak. So that's one. And then number 2 is because I've looked at the Berkeley's agenda preparation. So I had spoken with the city clerk, and he says that that they always send the post the agendas out like the Friday before, and I think that is very beneficial because that way the public can look at the upcoming agenda, what items of interest to them. So that's 2. And then the third item I had noticed is that because I've been listening to the previous speaker, he feels that he also feels the same way because whenever he steps up to the podium or the phone, he always be getting like cut off. So I've talked with other mayors in West County, and they would allow the public like to finish their comments. So I kind of agree with my concept because I feel that the public has been able to let them finish their comments because sometimes it's not that easy, like speaking in front of elected officials like yourselves. So, and I do like the revised version of it because that way it can the public can be able to speak on the proclamation. So I like the revision of it. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Yes, we have a telephone caller. Last four numbers 5748. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hello, my name is Anthony. Longtime resident of Pinole, senior citizen, homeowner, taxpayer. I think that more can be done with regard to meeting protocols and so on to have both the city council and the staff do their due diligence to be responsive, attentive, and assertive, if not proactive as well, with regard to the public concerns, issues, questions, problems, being more open and transparent with the public and the city government, rather than just talking about it. We need to see some action and some things that are being done. Like I know one of the council members asked what kind of success did we have with the new equipment we got from fixing up our streets and roads and infrastructure, et cetera, with some detailed numbers. Case in point, the police was supposed to give a full report back to TAPS, if not the city council meeting, with one of the police lieutenants on traffic safety, going back to 2019, recording incidents for violations, speeding, citations, and things along those lines in the city of Pinole. And that wasn't responded to in a timely manner. Nobody got back to the public or TAPS about that, and that hadn't been scheduled. And I guess I echoed the comments from one of the last commenters, Mr. Menace, that, you know, the public takes time to put some of these things down and present to the to the city council, mayor, or the staff. And there should be some protocols in place other than just what's stated with regard to what you can and cannot do as far as responding to the caller or the public with the request that certain issues or things get either discussed or investigated and responded to, even if it's at a later time. But there's no accountability there. Half of the people I know with half of the items or more, including some of the speakers tonight that put in comments or requests, half of the time they get ignored and they don't get responded to either in writing by
Thank you,
phone.
Mr. Tony. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. No more public comments at all. All right, so we'll go back to the council for questions or other for deliberation. Councilmember James.
Yeah, I just had one item that I saw here. The city council can establish a date certain, the feasibility of which should confirm with staff. I'm wondering if we can have the mayor and city manager will confer to make the date certain achievable, or discuss the date certain to come back, so that, you know, if staff says, oh, we can get to it in 3 months from now, that becomes the date certain and it comes back to council or some notification that's the timeline.
Okay.
I think it's hard for us at the dais to say, you know, we want it next week, and that's just not achievable. Or use some language, you know, reasonable date. The staff will bring back a reasonable date to achieve that timeline. That way we can kind of get some idea of schedules and what you know, what tasks are being done and how long they take to do them.
That sounds great. I'm gonna start taking
Oh, I'm sorry. It's
page
items-
155.
Yeah, item 6. 4.6. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Item 6.
And Councilor Tape, can you remind me of the recommended language you have?
So I'm not sure how to word this, but I think staff will bring back a reasonable date for council review. And then I had another idea, if mayor and city manager will confer to make the date certain achievable, like, or determine an achievable date.
Okay.
Given everything that's on the agenda and the future agenda items that we have.
Got it. City Manager Murray and City Clerk Bill, can you take track of these suggestions? As this is coming back, we just want to make sure to keep track of these. That sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just
Amanda?
offering some language. I'm sure you guys can talk about it, kind of get the gist of what I'm asking for, but just that a date be set when we say date certain.
Okay. Any other suggestions or edits?
That was it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
Sorry, may I ask a clarifying
Of course,
question?
City Manager Murray.
The way we've approached this is if the city council wants a specific date, they name that date when they make the future request. There's no other, we don't use a date certain in any other way. So if I hear you correctly, you're suggesting kind of a separate process to set a timeline for items that don't have a date certain. Because sometimes, for instance, go ahead.
For example, if we said we'd like, I motion to have a recycle water feasibility study to come back to council on, with a date certain of April 1st, right? I know that's not achievable, but council says, hey, that we want it April 1st, right? And we all vote motion second, and we all vote yes. That's not achievable for staff to get done. So what I'm saying is that if we make a motion like that, we say recycle water report to come back with a date certain, right? And then staff comes up with, well, it's not actually April 1st, but it's June 1st. And then that comes back as a reasonable timeline for us to have that achieved.
Okay. The way we've used the process recently is when the future agenda item is being requested and approved, most recently we discussed real time what an achievable date certain is. So that doesn't apply to things that are on a pending list. But for instance, with the background on just cause eviction, when that item was approved, Councilmember Sasai asked for a specific date and we agreed on a date certain here at the council meeting, which I think is still a feasible approach, as opposed to, I think we can agree on that real time when an item is approved, as opposed to going back, and it just feels like it might be adding another step that we don't need if we can agree right here when the council suggests that future item, what the date certain is going to be.
Well, I would imagine that when we do that, there's impacts to staff time. So there's things that are not getting done that may have been approved prior. So in order to move forward, what I'm thinking is that when we say date certain and council agrees, the staff has an opportunity to come back and say, okay, let's establish a date that we know we can achieve. Then we have multiple items come back. The more we do that, the more our timeline will get set up as far as the future agenda item.
So just to clarify, I think we can do both and. We can just decide on a date certain through motion. And we can also circle back as the city manager and the mayor to
Right.
determine, hey, realistic, what we do already. I think.
Okay.
that's
Yeah, it just says, the language here says the feasibility of which should be confirmed, confirm with staff.
And you were suggesting to change that
To the language I was saying, that a reasonable date be discussed and brought back to council.
and you want, okay.
Yeah.
So
I
I feel
mean-
like that's aligned with our process currently, but to write that down is
Well,
what I'm
yeah,
hearing.
yeah, I'd like
Right.
that in here
Yep.
instead of feasibility, of which it should confirm with staff. I mean, that's kind of
Yep.
nebulous. Like if we say, hey, it comes back and then staff is responsible for coming back with a date. I think that's a little bit better.
All right. Other suggestions? Comments? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Tom?
A question on regular meetings, start at 6 p.m. However, we've been starting a lot of these at 5 p.m. and they're not called special meetings. And I don't recall getting told recently of availability, and I'm just wondering, should we permanently change it to 5 PM? Should we try to stick with 6 PM? I think it's more important. It's more important for me, and I know some others get up early, and finishing by 11 is more important than starting at 6. Just kind of throwing that out there. And then the other thing is, we moved 2 years ago, we moved the mayor's report and the council's reports up closer to the beginning of the meeting. And when we've had guests here, we have shifted that. Just wondering, do we want to shift it back? Or just keep it flexible? I know in the past, we've, like today, I didn't see a problem with, having it up at the beginning of the meeting because we really didn't have any guests waiting for an item. Do we want to keep it flexible or move it to the end? Just kind of throwing that out there too. And that's all I have.
So those 2 points, Mayor Pro Tem Toms, I think the first point is, I would also agree, and I think I'm in alignment. The 6 PM timeframe was also before we were integrated into a hybrid model. I think we had that for a long time. So I think the opening of just having that at 5 PM, people can still call in from afar if they need to. I think that would be very good. And then to your second point around, and I think we've spoken about this, just switching out basically item number 7 and 8. So 8 would be 7 and 7 would be 8. That way we would do recognitions, presentations, and community announcements, and then reports and communications after that. I think that's a great suggestion. All right, others? Councilor Martinez Rubin?
We'll test this as we go along.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. What stuck with me earlier was mention of reasonable, but you didn't include it in your comments afterward, Councilmember Thompson. Reasonable is subjective, so we'll find out how reasonable things are once staff comes back with a date certain of a certain agenda item after the time has passed between getting consensus on a certain date and another 2 weeks going by and then coming back and finding out what that date's going to be. We'll just find out.
Okay. Councilor Sasai?
None for me. Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. The only 2 suggestions I would make is I do think we should strike the city. So under item page 156, it is citizens to be heard. The suggestion is to change it to citizens may speak. Citizens may provide comment to the city council on any matter under the subject matter jurisdiction of the city county. I think we should just put on any matter, not listed on the agenda. So I think we should strike under the subject matter jurisdiction of the city, mostly because public comment should be an area where citizens could talk about whatever they'd like to come to our meeting to talk about. And that jurisdiction of city would be a little too specific. Yeah, so I would recommend striking that.
I would disagree with that. And the reason is if you're going to get a bunch of, you could get a bunch of school parents that will come and make public comment on a school issue. Well, that's not within our jurisdiction. If somebody has an issue with the city of Richmond, it's not within our jurisdiction. And, I've attended plenty of meetings where you do get public and that's a way that you can kind of direct it. If it's something that we can do something about, then we should hear about it. But if it's not within our purview, I don't think it should be included.
I think we should strike that from the, I think we should strike that clause from the procedures. And I would like to see that stuff from the next condition. The other ones are the routine and non-controversial. Just switching that to or would be, I think, easy. I think that was mentioned. And then the citizens question, I do think that was an important bringing up. That is a time for citizens to ask questions. public comment is always a time for citizens to ask questions. And I understand, I think the intent behind that is to encourage our residents and our citizens to ask questions via email, but some folks do attend meetings to ask those questions. And there's a set reason why some folks would do that. So I would like to see at least that, that also be struck in, just specifically to allow that language to be consistent with our current procedures.
Mayor, will you outline that last revision?
Yeah, so the striking of the jurisdiction in city.
That part I have. I think
Okay.
you had one additional.
Yeah, so on page 158 of the agenda packet, and it goes to 159 as well. There is language that says public comment. It's under item recommended to be 13C, which says that public comment, including citizens to be heard, is for members of the public to provide comments to the city council on municipal affairs. Under citizens to be heard, members of the public may provide comments to the city council on any municipal affair not addressed by another agenda item. And it crosses out public comment is not intended as a mechanism for members of the public to seek to have questions about municipal affairs answered by city staff. And city staff will generally not address public comments provided in the form of a question. Is that safe?
That's struck out. That's not in the
Struck out, okay.
proposed revised version of the procedures.
Okay,
That was
so
from an earlier version of the edits that isn't being proposed.
gotcha. Okay, clarity, because it's the blue, the purple. I'm like, there's a lot of
Absolutely.
colors here.
Yeah,
Okay,
I understand.
perfect. So we are removing that from our procedure.
That's not in the, that wasn't in the procedures. It was a potential change that we considered proposing that we
Okay.
didn't end up proposing. So it wasn't in there.
Okay, that's why I was confused, because I'm like, I
It's confusing.
should have already seen that. Okay, great. So we're all clear that that's not going to be the procedures moving forward. Perfect. Okay, but it's here just because it was recommended by staff at some point, or why is it here?
I placed that in an early version of the revisions.
Okay.
And then when we discussed it further, we decided not to propose that as a change.
Got it. Okay, so we're all clear there. Perfect. Any other suggestions by other council members? Council Martinez.
Thank you. Yeah, no, just wanting clarification. There was something earlier that you asked be stricken. Had to do with that discussion about comments within our jurisdiction. It was your concern that people don't know what our jurisdiction is, what the city council's jurisdiction is or not, because that's an educational effort that we could ask for. But I can foresee that, you know, we can all invite people to appear and make public comment, sing happy birthday to anyone, you know, just with, I'm gonna be ridiculous here, but just comment on, sorry, I can't think in a ridiculous way, that would make it so blatant that it would be a waste of time of the person making a public comment, because there would be an expectation that we do not only hear them, but do something about the matter that they're bringing up. That's not an agenda item. So I think it's a disservice to the public rather than an invitation for them to talk about matters that are within our jurisdiction and go the flip side of that, which is really so open that people will comment just about anything. I mean, we're trying to, I think, be efficient about the time for the entirety of our council meeting. And I know that we all want to encourage participation and involvement, and having people come in to make public comments is one of those. I think, however, it is also our responsibility to offer some guidance, and whether it's not, perhaps there might be an outline as part of the documents or information that's shared with the public about what is, generally speaking, the area of our jurisdiction. And that would be helpful. I think it would be helpful to the public. It would be helpful to us. I think we get into matters that are beyond our jurisdiction in the interest of wanting to be more collaborative with other entities that affect the complex issues that we address. But some aspects of those, such as housing, for example, are more within our jurisdiction than not. So I needed to say that, because I think your desire to strike something is your desire, but we're a body here that has other interests as well, other desires. That, to me, to encourage people to understand what our jurisdiction is, I think we would need to go a different way, not just strike this because of one member of the council's interest in doing so.
So just to clarify, that item is currently, there's recommended new language. So we're currently under what would be would read that item to say citizens may provide comment to the city council on any matter. So there's suggested language to specify that to be around the jurisdiction of the city. So what I'm now motioning is to strike the language that the way I think the motion should be is I move for item 6, where it says citizens to be heard on page 156. It should say citizens may speak, or excuse me, citizens may provide public comment to the city council on any matter not listed as an agenda item on these council meeting agenda. And that's a motion. Councilor Martinez Rubin, would you like to second that motion?
No, I want to include on any matter within the jurisdiction of, yeah, okay, that would be what I would offer.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Which motion?
I only have one motion on the table, which is just to move that on page 156 where it says citizens to be heard, it should read, I move that should read citizens may provide public comment to the city council on any matter not listed as an agenda item on this council meeting's agenda. Any questions or?
Yes,
Yes, it is.
so your motion is to not strike, the language in number 6, which is under the subject matter jurisdiction of the city county. It is to strike.
My motion is as affirmative motion. So my motion is an affirmative motion to say that I believe that language should read citizens may provide comments to the city council on any matter not listed as an agenda item on this council meeting's agenda. And by way of that would be striking the recommended change.
I will second that motion.
Okay. Are there any questions about that? Right. City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No,
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
No,
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And that was my only change to this. Everything else I'm supportive of. Any other comments or questions?
yeah, can we look at changing the order of numbers 7 and 8?
I'll second that.
Okay, that's a motion. And a second.
So switching 7 and 8. Yep. All right, any questions, comments? City Clerk Bell?
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
And Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, any other changes? Any other suggestions?
I would like to, if I
Bell, yeah.
could, thank you. So there was a suggestion about the consent calendar, language, the and or. I just want to point out that a couple versions ago, we did have and or as an option. So it covers both routine and or non-controversial items. So that could be, I could offer that as an option. And if,
We just,
I don't know if we want to vote on each change, just for the clarity of the record, or if a council member wanted to include the balance of the changes, that would also work.
I always appreciate entertaining motions, so yeah, sure. Emotion? That I-
I'll move that we have the and or language.
Okay, I'll second. Any questions on the motion? City Clerk Bell?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
yes,
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Any other motions? All right, thank you. Oh, City
Sorry,
Manager
but
Murray.
my
yes.
Record keeping, two others. Correct. So Councilmember Tave had the suggestion regarding incorporating some language of the date certain. So do you guys want to have a motion vote on that? And there was one other, which is the regular meeting time. I think our practice has been and our intention's been to poll on any early start. We can have a regular meeting that starts earlier than the published time, but that's the other thing that was, so those are the two remaining items. City Clerk Bell, are there any others?
No, I just have an additional comment, if that's okay, regarding the start time. I do think it would be good for us to either identify an earlier start time as a regular time. I think we've gotten out of the practice of polling because it's been so consistently 5 PM. And then we're providing an agenda forecast that includes that as well. But we can certainly go back to that if that works better for council. But it might be good to address the start time just because we've gone from, 5 to 7 and then city attorney Casher.
I did just want to mention that our municipal code in chapter 2.12.010 does provide that our meeting time is 6 PM. So if we were to change that, we could certainly change them in the council meeting procedures, but it may also require an ordinance just amending the municipal code.
Or we could be, another offer is to do a special meeting agenda if we were going to continue with, we want to continue to have the 5 PM start and just have it be a more formal, call it a special meeting and agendize it that way. So that's another option. I think we were doing the best we could with hybrid meetings and making the adjustment and so thank you.
So council? Pro Tem Thomas, did you want to make a recommendation or motion?
Yeah, I think, since we are doing 5 PM, I think it's, appropriate to have that as the start time. And so I'll move that, we change the start time, to 5 PM and direct our city attorney to, bring us an amended ordinance.
Oh, great, I'll second. Any questions? All right, not seeing any. City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Sure.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Tave,
No.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms
Yes.
and Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, and then Councilor Tate.
I motion to have staff come back with some language surrounding the reasonable date or date certain language.
Gotcha. And then that was on, can you remind me of the page, Councilman?
155.
155, okay. Got it. Okay, do you have recommended language or do you want them to come back with a suggested?
I was hoping they would
Okay.
come back with some suggestions.
Is it possible to keep that as a staff direction without them, or is that necessary to have a motion on that?
No, we can recommend, we can implement the language and bring it back.
Okay,
to you.
perfect.
Mhm.
All right, any other motions? All right, not seeing any. That is all for this item. Thank you, City Manager Murray, and thank you, City Clerk Bell, also for your additions. Great. The last item on the agenda is 12B, options for a city-sponsored 4th of July celebration for 2023. Director Rogers is with us, I think in person. Can I have a motion from the council to extend the time? It's 10:52. If we want to. All right, not seeing any. You have 8 minutes, Director Rogers.
I got it.
Probably 3 minutes.
Is this on? Okay, perfect.
Director Rogers, you also have the option to come here if you would like to take a seat. I don't know how long your presentation is, but
It won't be long.
okay, great. Thank you.
We'll go for 3 minutes. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeremy Rogers. I'm your Community Services Director. We're joined virtually by Maria Picasso. As everybody knows her, she is our Recreation Manager. So let me try to get this up. This mouse is not being my friend tonight. Hey, Dave, do you have a mouse that will work with this?
There you go. I think Dave's running the
Okay,
presentation. direction.
thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. So, as you know, we're here to present to you, this council, options of what we could do or as a city for the 4th of July celebration. Next slide, please. In years past, it's been traditional that Pinole has held a large 4th of July festivities. Within those festivities, there's been both fireworks and an actual festive at Fernandez Park with food trucks. Activities include food, vendors, music, and children's activities. Funding for the 4th of July fireworks show and festival was eliminated once the economy took a downturn. Next slide, please. In 2021, the city council discussed the return of 4th of July celebration. So it was brought before you guys discussed it, and you decided you wanted to bring something back. In 2022, staff provided the group with options for a city-sponsored fireworks show. The city council directed staff to partner with the city of Hercules for a joint 2022 4th of July fireworks show. Next slide, please. Maria, I'll hand over to Maria and she'll take it away from here.
Thank you, Director Rogers. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. So I'll continue providing some background information. So the joint 2022 4th of July fireworks show was launched in the Bayfront in Hercules. The show was about 20 minutes and included shells from 3 to 6 inches that went up to 300 to 600 feet in the air. The cost of the fireworks show, not including staff time, was $25,243. This was Pinole's contribution to the overall cost of the show, so it's about 50% of the cost. The fireworks show was not visible from Fernandez Park as expected, and visibility was low from the Bayfront Park. Next slide. Now I will discuss options that staff researched for a 2023 4th of July celebration. Those options include a fireworks show in Pinole, a joint fireworks show with the city of Hercules, and a drone light show. We will review these options in the following slide. The first option is a 20-minute fireworks show in Pinole. The vendor can provide 2 options. A small scale 20-minute show would include 3-inch shells that would go up to 300 feet in the air. The location could be Bayfront Park, Fernandez Park, Pinole Valley High School athletic facilities, or Pinole Valley Park. The minimum cost for a 20-minute show on the 4th of July is $25,000. This price does not include any permits that may be required, and this show would be available only to the immediate audience. Now we'll discuss the large-scale show, which would include 3 to 6 inch shells that would go up 300 to 600 feet in the air. The location would be Bayfront Park. The estimated cost for a 20-minute show on the 4th of July would be $40,000. This show would be available from the Pinole waterfront. Now we will review the options for a joint fireworks show with Hercules. The city of Hercules has expressed interest in collaborating with Pinole. The location for the fireworks show would be the same as last year, the Hercules waterfront. The cost of the show would be split evenly between the 2 cities. Would advertise viewing locations in Hercules. This concludes my portion of the presentation. I will hand it over to Director Rogers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Picasso. Drone shows.
Sorry, Director Rogers. I'll move to extend the meeting to 11:30. Is there a second?
One second.
Thank you. All the City Clerk Bell.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion
thank you.
carries.
Director Rogers.
Okay, a drone show is something that has never been done here in Pinole. The city of Benicia did one last year for the 4th of July. And then some other cities. Fresno did a large one that you'll see here in a minute with their baseball team at Chachansky Park. A drone show is just that. They're drones. They go 150 feet to 400 feet in the air, and they're all computerized, and they make pretty, they make the sky look pretty, and they do different animations. The location could be at Fernandez Park on the baseball field. Pinole Valley High School, their new athletic facilities would be a perfect place for that. From Pinole Valley Park or any other place that we decide, that this group decides to put it. Drone shows would not exceed $50,000. They're in that mid 45, 46 range. So we would have some room to spare there. Next one, please. Okay, there's a drone video. Are you able to do that, Dave?
He said working on it in the back. Oh, Director Rogers, he's working on it in the back.
Oh. While Dave is working on that, has anybody ever seen a drone show before?
Have one.
There's a lot.
No. there's one in the back.
I
Just
think
like
Chief
that.
Gang
That's what
has,
they look
yeah.
like. I won't sing. Usually these drone shows have music associated with them to make the shapes and things like that. They're very interactive. They do not last as long as a fireworks show. It's about 12 minutes is the longest that drone show would go.
But they probably also don't require special permitting.
Exactly. They're way safer. Participants can get closer to it. Thank you, Dave. And this is in Fresno. I'll give play-by-play. So that is a very abbreviated version of what a drone light show is. There are about 5 drone companies that do this kind of thing in the United States. And one of them just happens to be down the road in San Pablo. So Okay, let's talk cost. Obviously, these things are not free, and you guys recognizing that, put $100,000 into a line item within the community services budget for special events. Previously, so the fireworks show in Pinole, if we were to do it just us alone without partnering with Hercules, would be about 3,800. The drone light show is a little more expensive because of the staffing that would, because that's all inclusive. We included staffing in that price. And then of course the joint fireworks show depends on, we just split it with Hercules, and there's an estimated 50,000 for that. Next slide. Okay, as I was saying, last year, this council decided to put $100,000 into a budget for special events for these type of things. So far this year, we have spent 26,000, just over 26,000 for the last year's fireworks show. We expect to use about 5,000 more of that for Earth Day as well as the egg hunt. So that would mean we'd have 68,000 available for the rest of our community events for this fiscal year. So what is your guys' direction for us? What do you guys want to see?
Any questions from the council? Councilor Martinez Rubin?
The example that you provided, Director Rogers, in Fresno, who paid for that?
That was actually the minor league baseball team. They did it.
All right. Councilor Safai?
Yes, so for the fireworks show that would be hosted just by the city of Pinole, I remember seeing the presentation, a small scale version and a large scale version. How much would each cost? And then would they be both hosted at Bayfront Park in Pinole?
Yes, they would both be hosted. That's the when we gathered the group of the fire chief and police chief and public works, no place is ideal and absolute perfect, but that meets our requirements to have a show.
Although, if I may, do I understand correctly that a small scale show, when we say small scale, we really mean lower elevation?
Right.
Would be feasible at, say, Pinole Valley High School also, right? So a larger show, which has fireworks that are shot to a higher elevation, 600 feet, can't be done on surrounding, in the middle of land because of the fall zone of the embers. That would need to be done at Bayfront Park. But if we did a lower elevation one, which would be lower cost, that could be done at Pinole Valley High School. We discussed the possibility of Fernandez Park and Pinole Valley Park, but frankly, I don't think those are as feasible given some of the surrounding foliage. So it's really smaller one could be Bayfront Park or Pinole Valley High School.
Thank you. Are there any restrictions to doing a small scale fireworks show in Bayfront Park?
We would have to get permits, but there's a process to follow, and we would do that.
Thank you.
Councilor Cade?
So you had 38,000. So last year, there was an expectation that people can see the fireworks from Fernandez Park and they couldn't. If we were to do the large show at Bayfront, would you be able to see it at Fernandez Park? And then that was question one. And then two, can we do like events, kind of like what we did for the Halloween event, like where it's lunch truck or, food trucks, and just make it a big community event?
That would be ideal of what we build up to. My professional recommendation would start small. We started small last year. We're getting bigger and bigger. We don't have the staffing to do a large scale community event, like what's been done in the past.
So if we did the large fireworks from Bayfront, would you be able to see it from Fernandez Park?
From my understanding, the vendor that we met out there, he said we could. So he's the expert on that. I'm not the expert on the fireworks. He told us that we could.
Okay.
And I think one of the considerations is the show last year, and is traditionally you have a mix of different shell sizes that get shot to different elevations. And I think the only things that were viewable from inland were the things that were shot to the highest elevations. So we do have some, in working with them, ability to select which elevations they're launched to, which makes it more visible from other locations. We did last year do a GIS analysis that was supposedly concluded that last year's fireworks were going to be viewable. So obviously that was not correct. So we will be circling back with the vendor and doing some other analysis to confirm where the fireworks are going to be visible from, because we don't want a repeat of last year.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Thompson, do you have a question?
No, well, just one question. If there were the lower impact fireworks, those are less expensive? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's
So we might be able to have a longer show if it's, say, at Bayfront Park, lower elevation, but longer duration.
yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. We'll go to public comments. Are there any comments on this item?
Yes, thank you. We have one in person, Rafael Menes.
Director Rogers, you'll have to thank you.
So let's see, and I maneuver around the computer properly. Yeah, that's good. So I just got one relatively simple question here. It seems as though most of the additional cost for a drone show is because it's including staff costs, while the fireworks shows don't include staff costs. If we included staff costs in the calculations for the fireworks show, would the cost be more comparable to a drone show? Because I'm having a hard time understanding why having a bunch of drones fly around in the air costs, $60,000, whereas shooting a bunch of fireworks off, which, would create more fire risks than having the drones fly around, is so much less. That's it.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, we have two online. Mr. Hindler, go ahead, please.
Heather?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, council members. I am Cordell Handler and I'm an excited Richmond resident. So thank you, Director Rogers, for your presentation. So here's my recommendation. I would split the cost with the city of Hercules, because I mean, if they're offering to do to work with the staff of Pinole as like to do the fireworks show, I think it's very feasible. So I will go with split the cost. So that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Yes, we have one other hand up, caller 5748. Go ahead, please.
Can you help? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I told several residents, in fact, almost 100 before or during and after the last fireworks debacle. And I have to agree with Anthony Tay and some other question, Mr. Jimenez, but I strongly disagree with the last caller. We should not, quote, not get involved with Hercules this year. I know we have some strong relations with Hercules, with some people on the city council or what have you, but they basically use Pinole to have the best fireworks show in the history of Hercules, because it was all on their Bayfront Drive, right in their front and backyard, where our poor people had to look over Layla's by the bay, eucalyptus tree groves, and stand out there on the cold, hoping that the fireworks show was going to be somewhere out in the bay or more towards Pinole. And like the city manager said, some people didn't do their vetting or due diligence, and they only were able to see the top 100 to 200 feet of that last fireworks show. And I question the council and the staff now, so they don't make the same mistake. You haven't really told us what the bill was for the fire, police, and public works department last year, because they were all down there working. Most of them were all on overtime when we talked to them, and all they were doing were handling disgruntled residents, citizens from other cities coming into Pinole, traffic log jams, to answer questions and where the fireworks show was going to be and where they had to go to park or where the best place to view it was. But my suggestion is, first, let's look at the whole numbers game there and see what it did cost the city of Pinole, because at time and a half, I think you originally budgeted somewhere between 30 to a top to $50,000. But, you know, I think it's more like ballooned to more like $100,000 with all the extra overtime by those different departments in the city. So we should look at that. My suggestion would be to add a number 4 option. That would be no fireworks show, maybe because of other things, and divert that money to either infrastructure and or a combination of other public family events in and around downtown, Old Town Pinole, and Fernandez Park, with maybe some kind of a mini fireworks show in Fernandez Park. It's not Pinole Valley High School, but I don't think we should waste any more time where the city's money and be financially fiscally responsible because of budget reasons and other things, to not make the same mistake twice on behalf of the city of Pinole. And even some of the past, I know the past mayor was behind driving to do that, but they got so excited, you know, with doing it, they forgot to crunch.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Other public comments?
Looks like that concludes the comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Back to Director Rogers. Did you have a comment or?
No, sir.
Okay, back to the council for deliberation.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think staff ought to come back to us and give us some options about celebrations that don't involve fireworks. And for a couple of reasons. One of them, you know, it seems contradictory that we're concerned about air quality and the climate and things of this sort, and environmental issues, and yet, you know, these fireworks produce something in the oxygen, in the air, that is not very safe, as well as into the bay eventually. The other is that when I think back about a particular agenda item where in several rounds, we got to see that we got a $40,000 grant for something. It took some effort on the staff, on staff's part. And I don't remember the specifics, and maybe I can get help from staff about that.
APP plus, that was the permitting, or are you talking about the active transportation?
It was something that, in my mind, it was $40,000. And it was for something that is going to help us in the long run, not just for a one-night event. I understand wanting to create precious memories for people in Pinole. And last year, the part of the explanation that some council members gave was that, you know, let's look at the opportunity to celebrate because we're coming out of COVID. Well, we've come out of COVID somewhat partially. But we still have this way of, in my opinion, burning money when we are looking ever so carefully at other line items in our budget generally, and considering some things more urgent than others. This is not an urgent item. And I think there are options, and cities have done non-firework celebrations. And if we take the example of our recent presentation for Earth Day, when the assistant to the city manager brought us a list of activities, not for a single day or a single night, but for a full month to celebrate Earth Day, Earth Week, Earth Month now. And the interest in involving the public at different times for different activities to encourage civic participation, I think, to me, that is a longer term, long-standing result of where we can invest at most $10,000. And it's doable, it's feasible. It's not about, in my opinion, offering an opportunity to be grand and have our name attached to the fact that we are approving an expense on something like fireworks that is burned money. So my direction to staff would be to bring us back a list of options that are feasible. I heard, you know, that it's not, you don't have the capacity to do the kind of events like National Night Out and all the different vendors that were at Fernandez Park. Okay, well, what can we do? The other consideration that I have here is that we've got staff working during the week on a Tuesday, I think that would be 4th of July. And I imagine the staff would love to spend, as many families would, love to spend that holiday at their home, exploring perhaps their environment, but not necessarily being away from home working. This is staff time, whether it's overtime or, you know, working here for residents. And I'm sure residents help us. Thank you for that. But it also is a holiday for staff, and I think they'd like to, we'd like to provide that. I would like to provide that for them rather than having them come again on another day during the middle of the week. That on top of the expense associated with overtime, as well as the just the overall expense of a show beyond what I believe is a reasonable amount that's just gonna go up in smoke. And I mean that, it's gonna go up in smoke. Anyway, that's what comes to mind. I'd like to hear some options other than what's been presented.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez. Councilor Safai? Yes, thank you, Director Rogers and Mr. Picasso for preparing this report for us. I like the idea of a drone light show, but I have not heard enough community input to feel comfortable, voting on that, especially with it being 50% or up to 50% of our allocated budget for community events. And also just the possibility of more community events that we might have later in this fiscal year. In terms of the joint fireworks show, I've heard enough from our community in terms of how displeased they were that the last fireworks show was actually held in Hercules and not really anywhere near Pinole. And then finally, fireworks show, small scale, large scale with different elevations. I'd be interested in that, but also interested to see, what Councilman McKinstry had mentioned about community events, what that would entail, different options. So I'm curious, but also curious to see what the rest of the council has to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the report. And again, I would not be interested in teaming up with Hercules. Sounds like Hercules is going to do a fireworks show anyway. Our residents can go, if they need to see fireworks, they can go there. Or Richmond has traditionally done a July 3rd fireworks show there. So those communities already do events. Hercules does a parade and a thing at their park on 4th of July. We're going to be doing Earth Day. Pinole does the car show. Pinole does Veterans Day. So it's not like every city has to host something for a holiday. I do agree that it's a huge cost even for a drone program. For 20 minutes, we would spend 50% of our budget for the whole year on just a drone show that only lasts 20 minutes. So I would like to see that money spent enhancing some of the other programs that we're sponsoring, whether it's National Night Out or Earth Day, car show. There's lots of opportunities to spend the money more reasonably.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Councilor Tate?
So I'd like to see the large show at Bayfront. I mean, I was out there last year and there was a lot of disappointed people. And if you ask them, hey, how did 4th of July go? Here we are, 5-6 months, more than 6 months later. They could tell you exactly how they felt, exactly what happened that day, because that's how much it means to this community. And yeah, I mean, people are going to say, is fireworks the best thing? Maybe not. I like the drone show. I'd like to see us shut down San Pablo, do the exact same, like have a night event where people can go to the restaurants, they can be in the street, they can talk to each other, they can play games, they can do the National Night Out is a perfect standard. That is par right now, right? We're not going to get there if we do half a show ish. People are already displeased with coming out. I think that we have to reset, do the show as it was intended, and let people start to feel good about we can execute events. And 4th of July is a big event, especially in this town. I think people remember it from their childhood. And I've ran into people, and I've said it before, I ran into people in the store and said, hey, what did you think about the, oh my, they say comments like, oh my God, I remember that. It was so much fun. They want to bring their kids to the fireworks show. So for me, I'm dead set on let's do this event. Maybe we start off at a grand scale and talk about scaling it back as we ramp up other events that might complement 4th of July. Maybe we do a drone show, but I think we have to do something that people are accustomed to, they're used to, so that they remember. And they remember that and it stays with them. And then we transition into a light show or a month-long program. But there has to be proper execution. And I think if we don't do the fire show, everyone will remember how bad that went. I mean, there was a lot of disappointed people. And our staff did a great job. I think it was police and fire out there of trying to direct people to where the fireworks were going. So we haven't had fireworks in years, decades, right? But everybody had their lawn chair on where they used to be decades ago, waiting for fireworks that didn't show. I mean, to me, I think that says a lot about this event. And I think we need to do it properly. So I'm prepared to make a motion if we're entertaining that.
That's fine. Can I just ask a quick question before you
Sure.
make that motion? Director Rogers, you mentioned that we had 68,000 budgeted. Is that's current what we have without the expense?
Correct.
Okay, so 68,000 until the end of this fiscal year, which is 3 months.
Right.
So we would be identifying a need for that at some point if it's not this fireworks show or this drone show. Okay. Secondly, the drone show, I just wanted to remind folks that was an idea that came out of this decision last year. So there was some, you all circled back on this idea, but we talked about alternatives to fireworks show last year. I'm assuming that's why you all brought up the drone show this year, unless you didn't know that conversation happened.
I had heard that
Okay.
that was in conversation. I don't think it went very far, but I
Okay.
do understand that was in conversation.
Okay, for sure. And then my just last 2 questions. You spoke about capacity. I know some cities, including Fairfield and Hercules, hire event planners to do some of this stuff. Have you all considered doing that within the community services department, an extra consultant to do event planning for us?
Most of that is done in-house. Consultants do the planning of it,
Okay.
but to actually execute it, you do that in-house.
Right, but you spoke to, Councilmember Tave mentioned something about having a festival. You said that perhaps staff, it would be too high a capacity for staff to do it currently. Have you thought about hiring an outside event planner to do those logistical planning festival?
No, I have not. No.
Okay. And then last but not least, I just have a quick question. I love I love the department's votes around the movies during the summer. I think that's a great program that you all have before the actual program. Have you considered doing that for this item?
No, but we're open to suggestions so that
Yeah.
we're writing everything down.
Okay. And I'm
Like
also,
a movie in a park type of thing or a concert in the park.
well, at a fireworks in the park type of thing, and figuring out if those 3 options or any options that council members have. I hear Councilor Safai, you're saying that you want more in public support. I hear Councilor Martinez Rubin not knowing if the public is supporting of this idea. And then I
Oh,
hear-
no, that one,
then
that
I
wasn't
hear-
it. That
And
was
then
it.
and then I hear just kind of the options around how much money this may spend. Perhaps we just put that to this like public vote through a survey like you all do. And then come back to I don't know, I'm just giving that as an option because I hear some of these considerations and I'm thinking if that would be a simple process and kind of fun for the community to decide, but go back, yeah.
Motion to extend the meeting another 15 minutes to 11:45.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't know what time it was. Thank you. I'll second. City Clerk Bell. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
No.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. So that was just an idea. If council wanted to move forward with a survey idea, it would engage folks, but not required. Councilor T.
I'd like to motion to have the large fireworks show at Bayfront Park. I think we said 300 to 600 was that the large one?
You're talking height wise.
Yeah, so-
600 is about as high as they
Okay.
get.
So the 600 one at Bayfront Park on 4th of July.
Is there a second? Right, any questions? Councilor Martinez Rubin, did you have a question? All right, other questions? All right, City Clerk Bell?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
No.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
No.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Any other, Councilor Martinez Rubin, did you have a comment or question?
Yes, I said, wow.
Okay.
Wow, what an
Thank
expense.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. That being said, are there any items, any other conversation or discussion on these items, the motion? All right, I'm not seeing any. We'll go to our last citizens to be heard, item 13. Any citizens to be heard?
Yes, thank you. We have two online commenters. I'll take 5748. Go ahead, sir.
And thank you, Director Rogers, by the way, too, for the presentation.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir. Oh, we're getting some background. If you have a device on, would you mute it, please?
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Mr. Tony, we can hear you. We can hear the background from your device. We'll
Yeah,
start the time
okay.
over so that we you can get your full time.
I think you people made a mistake tonight voting for the fireworks show. Just to start off, I wasn't gonna say that until I, if you did your due diligence and got around town, there's a big giant breach on the Bayfront Trail in right there that is subject to maybe some public accidents, and it's right below the Sportsman Club, next to the I don't know if it's our property on that trail by the wired gated fencing, but the giant breach is over there on that Bayfront Trail, and people are going to go near there, and it could fit the size of a 30-foot trailer. And I don't know if it's East Bay Parks is going to fix that, or Union Pacific, or the city's even knowledge about that, but nobody said anything about that. I think they should have been tabled till the next meeting so you could have more public input, more discussion, and there are 2 or 3 members of the city council that had the foresight and the intuition and were brave enough to stand up to the other 3 of you, rather than you people just jumped on the bandwagon to blow another $100,000 for the city of Pinole. But that being said, moving on, I would like them to take care of some infrastructure problems. Sorry to beat a dead horse, but we still got the light outages up and down Pinole Valley Road. I take issue with the comment I didn't get to call in, but the lights, it's been past 2 or 3 weeks. It's been more like 6 or 7 months. Half a dozen lights from Henry up to the library are out, and 4 light posts have to be ordered. Are they in transit now? Can we find out from the Public Works Director or the City Manager? Do we have 1 or 2 of those ready to be installed like tomorrow, if not yesterday? Where are those 3 or 4 green lantern poles that Dean Allison wanted and we want on our medium strip fronting the Pinole Valley Shopping Center? And I'd also like to ask that the city fix the lights up and down Adobe Road on the turnabout in front of the dog park and the bathroom. What happened to the ladies' bathroom? It got totally destroyed over 2 months ago. There's no portable ladies' restroom there, but I can assure you, if it was at the City Hall, the Senior Center, or Fernandez Park, they would have a porta potty there, or they would have working on, not just put a yellow banner there. And so the restrooms don't work, the spotlight on the roof doesn't work at the dog park, and the street light doesn't work, and the Bartlett Grove lights don't work, and the trash cans haven't been fixed or replaced. And lastly, I would like for future agenda item, because I couldn't get on there, is that the city should have a formal discussion on putting a satellite police station on Fitzgerald Drive because
you.
of all the high.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. I think we did provide at the beginning of the meeting a status report. Our city manager provided a report with regards to the lighting. City Manager Murray, can you quickly review that report if you can with 3 points? I think that was important for our public to know, so we'll say it again.
So yes, there are a number of light poles in the landscape and lighting assessment district in the median between Henry and the Pinole Valley Creek undercrossing on Pinole Valley Road that have been hit by vehicles. There's a 6-month lead time on receiving new light poles. We rely on members of the public to let us know when light bulbs are burned out. So I have the notes from the member of the public regarding Adobe Road. Our public works staff just drove that length of Pinole Valley Road. If there is no issue more significant than the need for a replacement light bulb, that usually takes 2 to 3 weeks. If there's some other equipment replacement needed, it could take longer. So I encourage that member of the public to communicate through the standard public works phone number or email address the outages that they notice so that we can address them. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Tony, for your for flagging those issues. We are now ready to adjourn, and I want to adjourn our meeting.
Actually, Mayor, we have one more
Oh, we
public
do.
comment.
Thank you,
Yes.
City Clerk Bell.
Sorry about that. So
Yeah.
Cordell Hindler, go ahead, sir.
So, so good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Henley, and I am a Richmond resident. So, number one is I think that the city clerk Bell, she has done an amazing job. It is not that easy, you know, like preparing the agendas and the packets and all that stuff. I think she's done a wonderful job. That's one. And then number two is like this evening's meeting. I feel like my voice is not being heard because I have been sitting here waiting for the meeting to get started at about 6 o'clock. And I was like waiting, and I was like, the council is still in closed session. And then I had to come back like another hour later. And I said, 7:30, that to me, that shows a lack of transparency, because for me, I have to jump off to another council meeting and I have to come back, you know, waiting for my voice to make my comments. That's not fair. I have been waiting patiently for 4 hours just to get my voice heard. And then number three, I do want the record to reflect that it was my ideas to have the Black History Month as well as the Pinole Valley Spartans proclamation to be on last month's agenda. So I deserve some credit for that because I bring items forward to you. It's going to be on the next agenda. So, and then the last item I was going to bring up was for a future agenda is to have Danny Wan to provide a presentation on on what the plans are for the Port of Oakland as they are coming out of the pandemic. So those are the only items that I had. So hopefully I get to see you all next month. That's it.
Thank you. City Clerk Bell, are there any other public comments?
No more comments.
All right, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for making public comment. We are now ready to adjourn. So I'll adjourn this meeting to the regular city council meeting of March 21st in remembrance of Amber Sports. Have a good night, everyone.